Please come in and please kindly sit down. We are going to start shortly. We don't have a gong, so I will be the gong.
Okay, so welcome everyone to AI X Hope. The X at Zuzalu used to stand for X-risk, but then it got kind of transmuted to just an X. So we're glad to bring the X back to AI and crypto with this gathering. Really grateful to our friends. Oh, I have been muted. Now I'm unmuted. So welcome to AI X Hope for our online guests also. You probably were seeing me just blabbering. We're really grateful to our friends from Molecule and BioXYZ for hosting the event. Quick IRL logistical request. Please stay on this side. Don't go this way. That's NYU. There's a portal to New York here. So, so I'll keep it really short. We're here because we're seeing a bifurcation of AI alignment, this space in general, into the Decel versus EAC. We would like to bring a third perspective that's somewhat or quite orthogonal to these and is based on X-hope, existential hope. And we believe that decentralization, both in development and governance, is a very important contributing factor to get us to that point, to that future of harmonious AI and NI living together. With that, I'll give the mic to Lou.
Thank you, Nima. I'll just say a few words for introducing the concept of AI X-hope. So my name is Lou. I'm program director at Foresight Institute. And so we work on accelerating breakthrough technologies, focusing on artificial intelligence, generally computing, neurotech, nanotech, biotech, space technology, and we focus on doing it responsibly and with existential hope, which is what I'm going to talk to you right now. Okay, so we are at a very, very interesting and exciting time in the grand, profound time of humanity. It can really go two ways, I think, for us, because we are this crazy species which, in just the space of a few generations, if you think about it, in the sort of long time of life on the planet, has managed to achieve something really unusual. It's like a lot of us, not all, and it's important to keep it in mind, but a lot of us are capable of living a life where they are not predated, we are not afraid to be eaten. We can live in peace, relative, and die with dignity, even if I think maybe we would prefer not to die, but that's a different discussion. And now we are teaching rocks to think. It's a lot, right? In a very little time. And what are we going to do with these rocks? So these rocks, they don't just think. They may also be able to help us achieve planetary coherence, harmony, and propel us to explore the cosmos and increase our knowledge to levels that are unfathomable to us right now. That's the nice, potential scenario. The less nice one is existential catastrophe, right? In some way or another, we all die. Why? Because alignment is hard, and alignment meaning, I think of alignment as sort of humanity keeping its agency, or the agency we have, at least at the same level in terms of defining its purpose and continuing to exist, at least at the same level that it has now, but not less. If we are all dead, there is no agency. If an AI is completely controlling us and we are in a sort of lockdown scenario, it's not what I would call alignment either. But this is an incomplete problem in science. Like it's not the case that we have found a solution. And it's very difficult to find it. So what to do? Oh, yeah, I forgot to say, also timelines are shortening. So in AI research, timelines used to be 30, 50 years. Recently, I mean, with the recent acceleration in the development of LLMs, AI researchers are maybe in average, you know, giving timelines of like 3-5 years in artificial general intelligence, so intelligence that is on par with humans. Why this illustrates this idea is this is a symbolic Dyson sphere, and Paul Christiano, who is a very respected researcher in artificial intelligence research, who kind of like refuses to give timeline, but like was on a podcast and was asked when he thought that AI would be able to build a Dyson sphere, and he said 2030. So a Dyson sphere is a structure that is built around the sun and basically able to capture the entire energy of a sun. That means that the AI would be extremely powerful, extremely agential, and that in 6 years. So what to do with this? Solution A, panic. Sometimes I panic when I think about AGI. Every morning when I wake up a little bit. But also, it's not really helpful. Like, that's not how we're going to find a solution. This is also, I guess Nima was also mentioning the idea of deceleration, and I haven't given my thoughts there. I think it seems very, very hard to decelerate, and in any case, I guess the point is that it seems inevitable to me that AGI will be developed in a timeline that is probably potentially relevant to us. So whatever happened, we really need to think about this carefully. Solution B. We can welcome the AI, our child overlord. That's the effective accelerationism idea. It's like, let it be. This is like evolution. AI is the next thing. AI is the next, link in the chain of evolution. And if it like rips the womb that it was born of, never mind. What are we? And, I guess this really depends what your like values and preferences are. Maybe I'm like unhealthily attached to like humanity enduring and attach some value of like consciousness and conscious experience and existence of humans, because we don't know if machines can be conscious yet. So, yeah, this is one take. I like this tweet that is like, this guy explained to me that the point of AI is letting the robots win and murder us and explore the galaxy without us. Yeah, I would definitely have FOMO about this. So, yeah, in this case, I mean, if we let it go, it's likely that, as humans, we would probably not make it either, or like, at least we cannot rely on it in this scenario. So what to do? Last proposition for today, and I hope that's the one we explore together. Take an existential hope approach. And what is that? So existential hope is, of course, like a play on the idea of existential risk, right? But it is not optimism. It's not techno-optimism. It's not like, oh, it's going to be fine, and, we're worrying for nothing. No, it is like looking at the risks straight in the eyes and being like, okay, no, we're going to choose to also look at the amazing possibilities that we could get to with AI, that, we could create this world, we could maybe merge with the robots for those who are into this, and like, become super cool cyborg and explore the universe together with the AI. Anyway, whatever, gets you there. But the existential hope approach, yes, it's thinking about where we want to go and unraveling what we need to do to get there. And so being strategic about how to get there. So Foresight does that in a way for AI, like we focus on exploring in particular what we call neglected, but are less and less neglected approaches to AI safety with, in particular, like multipolar security and neurotech approaches. I think for this crowd today, what we are specifically diving into is the sort of like cryptography and security approaches, which are tied to this idea also of multipolar world. And just to say one thing about it, I think within crypto, there is a bit two things. There is like the idea of decentralizing AI, which is super interesting and also potentially, risky in many ways, but also in the case of, a multipolar world where AI agents, many AI agents and many human agents would be existing, and keeping each other in like checks and balances is super interesting and needs to be explored. It is also the case that like cryptography and computer security have potentially extremely unique and helpful insights to think about AI and like alignment, just in the sense that cryptography has managed to build some very robust and like secure systems, and that at the base level, AI development is about computing, and therefore like the security is very much at the basis and necessary. So that's the question for us today, to think about, okay, how can humans and superintelligent AIs or very intelligent AIs, AGIs, like coexist, and especially together as a community, what collaborative frameworks can we propose to overcome the technological and the governance challenges to unlock the full potential of human-AI coexistence? So this, through all the presentations that there is, that we're going to have today, should be the question in the background. And we'll meet at the end of this event in the Existential Hope Salon, and we'll like put it all like together as a synthesis. So alignment is hard, but together with AI X Hope, we can take it on. Thank you, and think really hard today, and good luck. I can't wait to see what's going to come out of this. Our next speaker,
I think it's Trent.
Is Trent McConaughey. Yes,
please join us.
With an amazing vision about AI world models.
Thank you, Trent. And after Trent's talk, we have one presentation here and one in the workshop room, so just FYI. And if anyone wants coffee that we don't have here, please just mention the event name and you'll get 50% discount. Yes. Trent's slides are on your computer, yes. They're good. Yes. Lovely.
But I don't know that the clicker is going to work.
You can just do the press.
No, I think it's going to work.
Okay. No.
Let's try it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trent.
Okay, hi everyone. It's really great to be here. What a wonderful framing for an event. AI and hope with a cryptography bias, all of that, wonderful. So I really look forward to visiting with you all later as the day progresses. So this talk today is a new idea of how we can approach ASI that doesn't have some of the alignment issues of otherwise, and in fact is starting to happen. So I call it AI world models. Let's get started. So first of all, I'm going to review some shapes of intelligence. So there's a broad set of possible intelligences. Our human brains are only just one type of shape of intelligence where we have a particular way of operating through the world to make predictions, to do things, etc. And so that's in the very center. There's this sort of human-style intelligence. And and it's currently our brains as the seat of this intelligence. And what we're trying to do, like Lou said, is trying to put this intelligence into rocks and call it AGI, so it's supposed to be sort of human-shaped, right? To have natural language processing, to think sort of like humans in some ways and so on. So, and that's really kind of the definition of AGI, right? Artificial General Intelligence, being roughly on par with what humans can do. And then there's ASI, right? Artificial superintelligence, and this actually can take many shapes. You can start with an AGI that's sort of human-shaped and extend it, make it 10x more powerful, or 100x or 1,000x more powerful, and that would be a type of ASI. But there are other ASIs that aren't trying to be human-shaped at all, right? Imagine that an alien comes from somewhere else, and they simply think very differently than us, and but maybe think at a much greater clock rate or whatever, so more powerful, and other ways. And of course, there's a lot of different ways to do ASI, a lot of different ways to do AGI even, and in fact, there can be aliens out there too, right? So they have differently shaped brains. Maybe there'll even be aliens in the human-style setup. Now in the middle, notice how I have humans on biology, and Lou had talked about maybe there's other ways where we can enhance ourselves as humans, right? Cognitive enhancement. So you could have, human minds on silicon somehow, human uploads. And in fact, right now, there is a Foresight workshop for for uploading of humans. As well as human superintelligence via brain-computer interface, silicon, all of this. And I have talked about this at past. I'm a big believer on this. I call it BCI accelerationism. But that is not the talk that I'm giving today. Today, I'm talking about something else, which is these AI world models. The point is, there's a lot of different possible intelligences, including for ASIs. Some are human-shaped or human-like, and some are not. And in fact, some would be risky to humans, and some less. And I'm going to talk about how those might divide. But clearly, on the less risky, humans in a biological substrate, not risky, right? Because that's how the world has been for a long time, and we trust ourselves enough. And if we manage to port those minds to silicon or to have high bandwidth interfaces to silicon, then that's probably safe too. And there are some people working on alignment that they're hoping that we can take AGI and make it aligned enough such that it's less risky, right? And also maybe with ASI. But there's other approaches where you can get to AGI without alignment or have ASIs that aren't aligned, and obviously that's risky. So this is in the space of possible intelligences. So Lou touched on AI risk, so I can zoom here, but this is from I think Rocco in Twitter, of Rocco's Basilisk fame, and he has this slide. X-axis is it's IQ. So you have the outgroup, the apes, they're pretty dumb, and then you have the smart humans, the Einsteins, and then you have everyone in between. And I think this crowd is we're pretty well informed in all this, but this is what mainstream thinks that intelligence is, right? On the far right, it's sort of Einstein level intelligence or superintelligence, right? But it's actually this, right? It's 10x, 100x, 1,000x smarter. And it's really hard for us to comprehend that, but they really truly are gods. And there's AI novels that explore this too, the likes of Hyperion, Deepness in the Sky, Darkness in the Sky, and so on. But it's hard for us to really believe this, so or to comprehend. So thinking of it as gods is apt. And here's the risk, right? We have no guarantee that they'll be friendly to us. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. You can argue till the cows come home that they'll be friendly, but there's no guarantee, right? So what can we do about this, right? So going back to the possible intelligences, what shapes of superintelligence might be less risky? So I've just identified a few characteristics for the purposes of this talk that I think are pretty useful. So Elon and others have talked about if you have something that's actually grounded in physics, where it's trying to make models of the physical world, then it's not fighting with ambiguity and so on, and that is very good for training the model and so on. So that can be very useful. And generally, if it's about physics, then there's no ethical considerations. It's just physics, right? Where are they ambiguous? When you have ambiguity, such as training on data from the World Wide Web, where there's person A saying X and person Y saying Z, which disagrees with X, and they're fighting back and forth, that can cause a lot of confusion to these AIs. Or where there's just blatant lies, and the AI is learning that, right? So if you were to avoid that, where you're trying to avoid the ambiguous human-centric knowledge, that could help, right? Also, and this is something that Elad Ververin has talked about at DAPCon as well as otherwise, where you can have these AIs living on decentralized compute substrates, right? And many of us are working on decentralized AI, which means that they can be sovereign. You know, you can't just say, you watch it wake up and then you pull the plug because you don't like that, right? Here, you pull the plug, nothing happens. It's like trying to unplug Bitcoin. You can't, right? So if you have these superintelligences that are sovereign, where they have high agency, they can hold money, they can make money, that could be a problem. So if you aim, though, to make it less risky, you make it light on sovereignty, right? And finally, regardless of whatever superintelligence you're going for, if you got to make it useful. If you don't make it useful, then no one will care, and it won't really be, you know, from a pragmatic perspective, super intelligent. Okay, so how does predictions and intelligence relate? And here's a quote from Ilya Sutskever, the leading founder of OpenAI, the deep technologist, and I'll just read a part of it. From the data of regular people, if you think about it, what does it mean to predict the next token well in, say, ChatGPT? It's a much deeper question than it seems. Predicting the next token well means that you are understanding the underlying reality that led to creation of that token. It's not statistics, like it is, but what is statistics? So in order to understand that, to compress them, you need to understand what the world is about. And then you say, okay, I have all these people, what is it that creates their behavior? And all of this can be deduced from the next token prediction. This is the heart. So to summarize what he's saying, what Yann LeCun says, the leader of Facebook AI, is prediction is the essence of intelligence. And of course, they're working towards AGIs too with Llama, et cetera. Prediction is the essence of intelligence. Or more simply, prediction is intelligence. Others as well, you know, folks from Google DeepMind like Marcus Hutter, Shane Legg, Jeff Hawkins, Ray Kurzweil, and others have all given this framing. So it's a very useful framing, and this is basically the belief of many people at the bleeding leading edge of large language models and other modern AI. So prediction is intelligence. So then, very briefly, what are the types of predictions? So the ones you see in the chatbots are the one-off predictions, right? You ask OpenAI, you know, to improve on the infamous "I don't like sand" dialogue from Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars. And then, you know, it'll give its answer, right? So you ask it a question, it gives you an answer. It's basically one prediction. Now, under the hood, maybe it's, you know, doing some recurrent stuff, et cetera. But from a use perspective, it is a one-off, right? But there's also time series prediction. And this is the other half of AI that we're not seeing in this dialogue around AI risk and AI in general in the mainstream, right? But time series is huge. And here's an example of predictions for global energy use going through to 2030, right? So time series predictions are a very big part of the world of AI and predictions. So let's talk more about them. So I want to establish here that they're really useful. I grew up on a farm. We grew wheat and barley and all this. And every day during seeding and harvest, my father would make us all shush at every hour on the hour. Why? Because we had the radio on and we had to listen very intently for the weather forecast. Why? Because if we had the tractors and combines, et cetera, out there combining, and if it said it was going to rain, we better get that equipment off the crop very quickly before it gets stuck in the mud and wrecks a bunch of stuff and loses value. Or vice versa. Let's say that it had rained and we want to know, is it drying? When should we get ready to go out there again, right? So as farmers, we lived and died by predictions of rain. It mattered a lot, right? And it's actually a race against the clock because you got to get the crop in time before, you know, by the end of May, for example, because otherwise the snow will kill you in the fall. So it really, really mattered to the livelihood as farmers, and that's why my father shushed us all. So actually, time series predictions like this are everywhere. You know, I talked about weather. So your Apple Weather app, you pull it up, and it's got a prediction of what will the temperature be 1 hour from now, 2 hours from now, 12 hours from now. And not just temperature, but also precipitation and more. They're also, like what I just mentioned, a longer-term prediction for global energy usage, right? And what are the different components of that? You know, what's the percentage from nuclear versus solar versus otherwise? And there's money in time series prediction, which means there's utility in predictions. So, for example, predicting agriculture. If you're a farmer and you're not leveraging predictions, you're going broke, right? There's a lot of ways that farmers go broke. I saw a lot of that happen in the 80s, and this is one of them, just not paying attention to the weather. And actually, farmers use predictions like crazy now. It's called precision agriculture. So if you buy a brand new John Deere tractor, it's going to have tons and tons and tons of sensors, all integrated to computers that give you recommendations of what to do, and even things like adaptively changing the depth of the seed drill as it's seeding, et cetera, et cetera. So it really makes a big difference to farmers and profitability. There's money in predicting energy, right? If you predict badly, then when the sun comes out super in the morning and makes the day super hot, then the people are turning on their air conditioners like crazy throughout the day. And if you don't predict that well, then you end up with brownouts and blackouts, right? So, so predicting energy demand, and then also energy price, right? We saw last year and the year before where energy prices here in Europe spiked because of the Ukraine war and the Russian oil wasn't coming, et cetera. So there's money in predicting energy, whether it's near term or longer. There's money in predicting real estate. If I can, understand where things will go up or down in price and then speculate on that, that's great. Or if you're buying a house as a family, you don't want to see that the price plummets to zero 30 years from now. Such as if you bought, a condo in Miami and waited 50 years, it will be zero because Miami will be underwater. So the point is that there's money in predicting real estate in the near term as well as for the longer term. Logistics, right? If you're doing transit, same thing. If you're Amazon and so on. And finance, of course. This is the realm of hedge funds, DeFi, Gens, and so on. The point is overall that there's money in predictions in a big, big way, right? Which means that there could be opportunities too. So what is one of the big challenges? If the weatherman says, hey, it's going to rain, and we as farmers listen to it, and we don't go into the field because it's going to rain, and then it doesn't rain, well, it's no skin off the back of the weatherman. He's like, oops, whatever. But for us, it matters because we didn't get in that critical 1 hour or 6 hours of seeding or harvest, right? So he doesn't have any accountability to his predictions. Or, for example, the predictions for, in this case, Arctic sea ice, right? So this was a prediction that was made in, I believe, about 1950. So in 1950, they made predictions of what would happen for Arctic sea ice, and that's the black line. And then the red line is what actually happened. So the amount of Arctic sea ice went down way faster. What did they not account for? In this case, they actually didn't bother modeling the fact that the ice shelves would actually break off and float away, which you would think is a pretty big thing, but they didn't bother because they said they didn't know how to model it, and so their prediction was way off. Any skin off their back? Nope. They all still have jobs. So that's a problem, right? Now, I'm talking about opportunities. What about if we could do predictions really well, right? If we could scale it up. And there's one particular place that it links to everything, and that is weather, right? I talked about how weather can affect logistics, farming, and more. Imagine if we could predict weather really well for every single square kilometer on Earth, precipitation, temperature, humidity, et cetera. This would be extremely valuable, right? And what would that look like? Well, if you had one giant model to predict all of this, it would be a massive dynamical system model, right? That's my electrical engineering way of looking at it. Or just call it an AI world model or AI world model, whereas world models are like foundation models, right? So a foundation model for world dynamics, world, right? So that would be an incredibly powerful thing. It would know the dynamics of the world that you could predict 1 hour ahead, 1 day ahead, and even farther ahead, right, with longer range predictions. And if it was a single model, then it would be capturing the dynamics of the planet, and it would be very useful for all these use cases I mentioned before, agriculture, logistics, et cetera. And from all of that information, it would be massively huge, massively useful, and by virtue of this utility and scale and knowledge, it's really a superintelligence. It's just a differently shaped superintelligence than we're used to. So that's, to me, what's a quite exciting opportunity and what I'm going to drill into. So overall, what do we want to aim for here? Of all the possible intelligences, we want to go for a superintelligence that is less risky, top left there, so, and how? An AI world model. And remember, there's shapes of this that make it less risky. So it's grounded in physics, avoid ambiguous human-centric knowledge, light on sovereignty, and still highly useful. So we're meeting all 4 of those criteria. So here's one way to look at it in comparison to the, say, an AGI that OpenAI is building towards, or extending that 1000x. What does it look like? So there's these 4 criteria, right? You've got utility and physics-centric knowledge. So all the 3 approaches would hit that. OpenAI style AGI, OpenAI style ASI, and AI world model approach to ASI. So they're all useful, right? And the OpenAI style AGI, does it have a deep physics model? Well, with Sora, it appears that it has some, but it's not going to be amazing. Maybe it will, but I'm saying maybe some physics-centric knowledge, right? Grok is apparently going for more. We'll see. OpenAI style ASI would have more, and this model, of course, would really double down on that physics-centric knowledge, right? Because it's got to have it, especially at the global dynamic scale. But then of these other two characteristics that are more risky, right? It's a double-edged sword. It gives you power if you have human-centric knowledge, but that ambiguity is also one of the causes of problems, right? So, so human-centric knowledge, depending what you're aiming for, in our case, we say do not aim for this because it's risky. And same thing with the sovereignty, you know, which in terms of agency, in terms of ability to make wealth, right? So OpenAI, still AGI, and ASI, this is what they're going for, and this is what's causing, you know, leading towards this AI risk, of course. But we can still build superintelligences that are differently shaped intelligences that are extremely useful. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we go for this? Well, here's one particular recipe, right? First of all, you set up a decentralized time series prediction game, right? I'm a blockchain person, I'm an AI person, so for me, this is my bread and butter, and I like to do stuff like this. So set that up. And then tune it until it's clearly working. You know, is it actually working in terms of the incentive game towards accurate, accountable predictions? And then tune it such that the ecosystem itself is self-sustaining, so that the people around making the predictions, in this crowdsourced sense, can make money. Because if they can't make money, then they won't stick around and your system will die. And then finally, once you have this thing working, scale it up. Scale it up towards climate prediction. And when you've scaled the thing up, you've got AI world world models. So this is the strategy. Now what I'm going to do is walk through the steps of this. So step one, set up a decentralized time series prediction game. So, and the heart of this game is the following. You have to have accountable predictions. So the weatherman has skin on his back. And if you are correct in your predictions, then you make money. And if you're wrong, you lose money. Simple as that, right? So in our case, how we've set it up is you are right now predicting up or down, and if the true signal, if you predict up and it actually is up, you make money. If you predict up and it is actually down, you lose money, you're slashed, and vice versa. So, we've built a product called Ocean Predictor that is focusing on this right now for DeFi, and this is roughly what it looks like, but it generalizes to any different vertical. So on the far left, you have a group of predictors and agents, and they are predicting and staking on it. And that goes to a smart contract, a blockchain, and those predictions get aggregated. And then you have traders coming along, in our case traders, they buy these aggregated predictions, and then they trade against it. They use this as alpha to trade, right? And you don't need, you can get away with 52%, 55% accuracy, and that is useful alpha to make money on. So this is the heart of it, and the key thing for sustainability is that the traders, if the traders are making money, then the predictors can make money. So that's the overall flow of this setup. And you know, it's an app that we have live. There's the web app, but to really truly use this, you click on the Run Bots button, and you end up in GitHub. You git clone these, the repo, and you're running predictor bots to do the predictions, or running trader bots to do trading. And of course, you can run your own stuff too. These are just making it easy to interact with the smart contract. So yeah, you make money by running a prediction bot or a trader bot. So that's what we have already, a starting point. And then the next question is, okay, we've got to tune this thing to make sure that it's clearly working. So we had released this thing about 6 months ago, and it was working pretty well. We were actually starting to see crazy volumes, actually as high as $1 billion monthly staking volume. But then we noticed, we had been noticing actually that a lot of people had figured out a funny game, which was 50-50 up and down, and then just maximizing the staking. And of course, that wasn't healthy because it wasn't maximizing accuracy. So we made it much easier for people to stake up and down at once, but not 50-50 ratios, but instead 60-40, 70-30, et cetera. And then we played that game ourselves and made it easy for others. So by doing that, anyone using those bots that were, say, 60-40, 70-30, that would eat the profits of all the 50-50 guys. So as soon as we released that, the 50-50 guys went away in 2 or 3 weeks, or sorry, 2 or 3 days. And we see it happening here on the right third of each plot. The top right is, the top plot is accuracies, and you see them going up. And the bottom plot, you see that the volumes went down because the 50-50 guys went away. And instead, now the volumes are rising, but we've got more usage. And the key thing is that the thing is working where accuracy is going up. And that's the fundamental value proposition of this thing, accountable, accurate prediction feeds. Okay, step 3, tune it such that it's self-sustaining. So we are eating our own dog food and building our own internal analytics, driving our own AIs, et cetera. And that way we have empathy for our users. And if we can't make money, then others can't either. And this is where we're at right now, right? We've been approaching this as if it's CAD tools, because I come from that world of CAD tools. And then finally, scale up towards climate prediction, right? So once we get past the self-sustaining aspect, in terms of traders making money, then we scale it up in DeFi, go from 20 feeds to 20,000, and then we layer in some climate, and then we scale it up in climate, right? We start with, say, 10 cities, and then go to 100, and then 1,000, and then every square kilometer on the planet. And all the way along, at the heart of it, you've got this prediction game for every single prediction feed, right? And at the end, as long as we keep growing this game and people are able to sustainably run with it, then we end up with this AI world model, which is super intelligent and useful. So to conclude, I've talked about all these different possible intelligences, including a bunch of ASI intelligences. Some would be very risky to humans, some not so much. So we're aiming for this, a version that isn't as risky, but incredibly useful, an AI world model. And so we explicitly chose to aim at some aspects of traditional, AI approaches, utility and physics-centric, but not the risky ones. But there's still a great value in this, of course. So what's in progress now is our version of artificial superintelligence via AI world models. We've set up a decentralized time series prediction game. We've tuned it such that it's clearly working. Accuracies are on the rise. Volume is very good. And finally, we are now we are tuning it such that the ecosystem is self-sustaining, traders making money, and then we will scale it up and point it towards climate prediction and keep scaling and scaling until we're at billions of feeds. And that concludes my talk towards, a path for ASI that's less risky and hopeful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Trent. Well, let's welcome our next speaker, who is Joel Torstensson on safeguarding AI with data provenance.
Thank you.
I think, can we get it directly from the feed? Is it working? Great.
Okay, click.
You should be working directly with the clicker.
Oh, it's not on the.
No, it's not. It's going to be. You're going to have it here.
Ah, okay.
This is my laptop.
Okay, man, this is good.
Can we check the clicker is working? We have two here. Maybe it's.
I think it's good.
You're good? Okay. Okay. Have fun.
There's 3 here. All right, thank you. Thank you so much for being invited to this. So, I'm Joel. I'm going to talk a little bit about safeguarding AI in some sense. I'm by no means an AI expert, but I do have some experience with data provenance because I've been building a decentralized data protocol for a long time. So my understanding is that we're somewhere like this. We're in this fork in the road, and on sort of both sides of the fork, there's sort of bad things. So on the one end, we have this sort of outcome where there's one big centralized entity that controls an AI because they can sort of remove all of the existential risks. But we sort of lose things like privacy, there's a bunch of censorship, and it's probably not at all a very fun world to live in. On the other end, we have sort of super decentralized AI. Everyone has like all the powers of these super powerful AIs. And generally, this is sort of where many people in this sort of decentralized space wants to go, but there's problems here, right? Like fakes, but more than that, just like capacities for people to create like very dangerous weaponry and so on. Another thing is like these bad outcomes that are on the decentralized side also sort of exist on the path to the centralized side, because the centralized side is sort of a winner takes all, and so there's a competition to get there. So where we need to go is sort of like some weird place in the middle where we're not only aligning the AIs to human needs, but we're also aligning humans to each other, because otherwise we're going to be fighting for this centralized outcome. So I'm going to start talking a little bit about trust. So if we talk about just the fakes and stuff like that, there is a bunch of efforts trying to address that. One is this like content authenticity initiative, where basically a bunch of different companies are coming together to create this system where they're signing, hashing, and timestamping data. And so the way you can think of it is that you have a camera, you snap a photo, the camera signs that, and the key that lives inside of the camera also has a certificate from the company that created the camera, and maybe when you edit it in Photoshop, you get sort of like the provenance of first the signature from the camera, then the signature from Photoshop, and if there's a web application that supports it, you can sort of see that provenance trail. But obviously, like this works only in the sort of positive cases. If there's someone who's posting a random meme picture on the internet, you can't really verify that. So on the sort of opposite approach, there's something called perceptual hashing, which is basically taking a neural net and trying to produce some sort of unique hash based on the content. And this is sort of manipulatable. Like if you create images, you can try to like trick this hashing function. But there are people working on like making these better. But the problem with these approaches is that they only really talk about like fakes and things like that. So images, audio, video, maybe like textual content. But the really dangerous stuff with these AIs is more like people using them for themselves to create things, right? So like maybe generate a recipe for some dangerous drug or generate some recipe for some dangerous weapon that can have like massive externalities. And so we need some other way to approach these problems. And one way that is the only sort of real tangible way we've seen so far is just like centralization, right? Like there's some central entity that decides who have access to these models and like what they can do. But that's sort of not really the world we would like to live in. We'd like to live in a world where we have like at least much more freedom. So I think one possible approach to this is some kind of web of trust. And in this web of trust, we have some kind of peer and community accountability. So we keep each other accountable at the small scale, and at the medium scale, the sort of communities keeping each other accountable, and to sort of scale that up in multiple layers. And so web of trust, for those who haven't heard of it, is this long concept in the sort of cryptography space where you basically go and sign keys of other people that you meet. If you have Signal, you might know that you can like verify each other's contacts. But the annoying thing is like, even if you're sort of deep in the crypto space, you maybe do this like verification of your contacts, you know, a few times, but you don't do it with all contacts. It's like a really hassle to do it. So I think in order for us to really make a web of trust that works and that is like natural for us to use, it needs to be implicit in all of the tools we use. Every time we use the internet, some application, and take some action, that needs to be sort of contributing to this web of trust. Another thing with the web of trust is also like these, you can look at the trust in the web and sort of see the different communities, which can be very helpful for things like quadratic voting and signaling, which also I think has positive impact for sort of things in the future. So, right, so the implicit thing, can we do that? Well, we need some place to like look at these signed things, right? So basically like an ether scan, a place where you can go and look at all this signed data. But there's something missing, right? If everything that we do contributes to this implicit web of trust, does a downvote count the same as like a really good positive review? Well, obviously not. And so we need some way for this web of trust to like think about what the different actions are. And so this has actually been a problem that's been around for a long time, and W3C tried to solve this problem with JSON-LD, which was this approach to make the web machine readable. But it never really took off, and this is just hard for developers to like understand this and start to use it. But this problem now is kind of solved. Like we can just use LLMs to machine readable understand the internet. And once we do this, we can start to look at all the contents, PDFs and web page, and create something that probably most people here are familiar with, is vector embeddings. And it's basically like 2 minutes. Oh, okay, this is going to be hard. Okay. So can we just embed everything on the internet? I think the cool thing that we can do with that is I can just search like, hey, is this person over here trustworthy when it comes to microbiology? And you can just get back a response that basically explains it in text and gives you the proofs and sort of the steps in your web of trust of like how well you can trust this person. And there are sort of problems with doing the vector embeddings. Ideally, we can have like a fully trustless index of vectors. We might be able to get there at some point with zero-knowledge proofs. But the big problem with this is privacy, right? Like if we embed everything on the internet, we sort of similar place to like the centralized place. And so privacy with AI is a problem in general. There is this solution that's been talked about in the Web3 space of like having your data in sort of like a backpack and then walking around to services and selectively disclosing data. I don't think that works at all because you're going to end up disclosing all of your data to all the sort of AI services that provide you with really helpful things. So we actually need to sort of flip the entire model. We need to, instead of taking our data to applications, we need to have our data. We need to download the applications and run them locally on devices. That's the only way we can sort of maintain privacy. Okay, I'm going to skip a little bit, but basically we can also think of like social spaces between people where we share data and models between people, but not sort of publicly. And then we have some parts of this data and embeddings public. So there's some cool projects that are doing stuff like this. Passport is sort of the basis for Web of Trust. Index Network is starting to make embeddings of a bunch of stuff on the internet, and they allow you to do sort of semantic embedding subscriptions. You can subscribe to, for example, like all hat tricks in football and get a stream of like recent hat tricks that happened. There's also DeSci things that are doing cool stuff. Probably don't have time to go into them, but what do all of these projects have in common? They're built on the project that I'm working on. If I can switch this. Called Ceramic. Basically, it's a decentralized protocol for doing versioned objects. And there are version control, tamper-resistant, cryptographically access-controlled, and independently verifiable. They all live in a global namespace. Everything is sort of public for now, but we are very close to shipping also privacy that allows us to do this more local-first data in the network. And so to wrap up, like I think some of the things that I see missing in sort of next steps for making these Web3 tools better for helping with aligning AI, I think we need better algorithms for finding communities. So community detection algorithms is a class of algorithms from the complexity science space that I think is very promising. I think if we can use quadratic voting and signaling, that would be cool to use more things, like what if we can have a AI training set that is just like more democratically created. And lastly, I would like to sort of end with that it's really critical right now to understand that local security, the health of local communities is actually a requirement for global security. So if we have local communities that have a lot of like mentally unhealthy people, and we have these like massively capable AIs, and someone gets access to that, that's a recipe for really bad outcomes, where someone might create like some bioweapon or something like this, and have basically global catastrophe risk. And so local health in our communities everywhere is a requirement for global security. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Joel. For our next speaker, I'm very excited to welcome on stage Vincent Weiser. Yeah, on Decentralized AGI and alignment. And the slides should be in the drive, yes? Yeah, so then they're going to bring them on. Is it good? Otherwise, we'll replug Vincent's slide. Try both. We need the. I always think I should prepare some sort of like one woman show for the intermediate, like logistical hardware sorting out things, and I always find myself in front of a stage without a good joke. Oh, thank you. So we can pretend. Okay, great. Well done. Oh, sorry, I thought you were clapping me, but obviously no, it was the slides. It's okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Just checking if. Yes? Perfect. Yeah, thank you for hosting this amazing event, Lou and Nima. And yeah, I'm excited to talk about decentralized AGI alignment, and maybe for like a quick check of to sense the audience, like who of you knows kind of like about AI alignment and kind of like concretely about like the different research there? Okay, decent amount of people. Yeah, I'll go through some of the concrete arguments for it and touch more concretely also on like which role decentralized AI could play and also some of the risk it introduces maybe. Yeah, so I think this image nicely visualizes, like as also Nima and Lou touched on it earlier, there's kind of like almost like polar two echo chambers, I would call them, of like extreme safetyism, like obviously known for example, the pause AI movement, and then extreme like accelerationism, kind of like also making fun of alignment and safety. And I think like then there's obviously a huge part in the middle, like which I call here the centrist, which I think is like everyone I've met in AI, to be honest, falls into that camp to an extent, which says, okay, like there's some risk, there's some things to align, and there's also a lot of good that could come from AI. So it's more about like the concrete research to advance, and it's not realistic to like stop it, or it's not realistic to ignore any of the risks. And I think that's like also what this event is about and what I'll touch on in this talk, which I think is like the third view. And yeah, if you've read the like Vitalik's Techno-Utopia essay, this touches on this, I think, quite nicely. Yes, so I think there's a need for almost like this multipolar approach of like a synthesized view kind of like between those two. So I think that, like this visual maybe is like a nice visual for why like we should to an extent be realistic that like we as humanity obviously dominate the earth, and it's not really the animals that dominate the earth, and it's unlikely that we would still be the apex species as humanity if there's like 100 times more intelligent machines. So I think there's like reasonable concerns to obviously research and figure out like how to make sure that humanity stays somewhat in control. And I think the whole conversation on AGI and ASI always like lacks good definitions. So it's like people discussing, like comparing apple and oranges and bananas. And I think this one is a really good one I can recommend from one of the DeepMind founders, Shane Lack, and his team on basically specifying like different levels of AGI as well as ASI. And I think the key thing on the right there is really like he's putting it in different categories of different levels of autonomy. And I would say we are right now in level 1 of like AI as a tool, moving quite quickly probably to AI as a consultant, as a collaborator, as an expert. And then my talk and like I think the main risk is really AI as an agent that is fully autonomous and super intelligent. Like I'm not really talking about like the next ChatGPT version as being like obviously an existential risk, but more about as a final category, which unlocks also like a superhuman intelligence, hopefully, but also has much higher risks of like misalignment and concentration of power. Yeah. So there's this whole field which I think like OpenAI gave it a nice name. Unfortunately, now the whole team disbanded. Which they framed super alignment, not AI alignment and safety, but it's basically what they mean for AGI alignment, which obviously is to an extent kind of like a different category, and to an extent even superintelligence alignment. And they had this nice visual of like the supervisor who's like a small human trying to supervise this monstrous machine. And that I think visualizes kind of the challenge of super alignment specifically, which is different from like the current alignment challenges and safety challenges with AI systems. And they basically phrase this with this question of like, how can we steer and control an AI system that is much, much smarter than us? And a concrete example they give, which I think is pretty good, is like, even if you imagine like a machine that writes like millions of lines of code per second in like highly risky scenarios, like for example in warfare, and runs highly complex systems, like it will be very hard even for the smartest developer to overlook that system just of the sheer complexity. Maybe it's like even a novel invented programming language that a human can't even understand. So you'll need to trust other AIs overlooking this AI to help you understand what the AI is doing, and then you need to trust that AI. So it's kind of like a game of chickens where you kind of like rely on almost like more stupid AI systems to help you understand and overlook the really smart AI system. And that's kind of the core challenge, to really have like this progress and breakthroughs that enable you as a less intelligent system to control a more intelligent system. I think it hasn't been done before in history, really. And obviously this is really motivated by kind of the scaling laws. And I think like a lot of people, I think even the EAC and like accelerationist camp almost don't take the possibility of radical progress seriously. And to be honest, like it's not guaranteed that we'll have superintelligence obviously in the next few years or decades, right? Like it could all hit a wall and stall out, but I think it's worth preparing for the somewhat probable scenario that we do get it. And even if it's whatever, like 10, 20%, like I don't even, no one has a percentage, right? But I think we should be prepared either way. And what you can see on the right is just this massive scale up, obviously, of compute with like systems like GPT-2 having the equivalent of like $20,000 of compute, and GPT-4, for example, 200 million, and already kind of like the big labs basically say they'll scale it up to like 10 billion to 50 billion, like in public statements. So basically you can see the ramp up in compute is really like the underlying factor that has been driving this progress. And there's a really good blog post on this, which I can recommend, which is called GPT 2030 by Jacob Steinhardt, like he was also advising OpenAI, like smart guy in AI. And like he basically is laying out different scenarios for like how far progress could go even by 2030. And I think it's quite plausible scenario. And like for me, it's also obviously doesn't matter if it happens 2090, 2029, 30 or 31, but I think it's around about that time, it's quite plausible that we reach superhuman programming, hacking skills, but also persuasion skills and a bunch of other skills that really create already some of these problems that might not be existential, but like that might be worth thinking about today and solving already before they arrive. Yes, so I think the key is really this like current centralized paradigm carries kind of serious risks, which are also worth highlighting. And I think there's almost like a matrix of like, there's risks from superintelligence and there's risk from the centralization of superintelligence, but there's also risk from the decentralization of superintelligence. And those are distinct categories. And it's worth not just glorifying like open source or decentralization as the solution to every problem, but it's definitely the solution to some problems, but it also creates novel problems. And obviously also the centralization creates a lot of problems. And I think most of you are obviously aware of it, but like I think the main risk with centralization is really this like unipolar world where like, I think it's a very unsafe scenario where you have one company or one nation state having superintelligence and no one else has it. Like it creates like pretty unstable equilibrium. So I think there's basically a lot of arguments for why centralized superintelligence is actually much more dangerous than kind of like distributed superintelligence that multiple stakeholders own and govern. So I think there's good arguments for basically why the current paradigm, which is I think also the natural paradigm of like compute and AI radically centralizing, poses actually enormous risks. And it's kind of like I think the automatic outcome because it all benefits from like economies of scale, like from compute to also just like coordinating talent and everything else that it's needed. And obviously now it's like, it really comes down to like 2 or 3 players in the world, like from Google to an OpenAI to like other big tech companies and nation states like the US and China. Like almost everyone else, like including like Europe or a bunch of other places, I would say are not really even have a realistic shot anymore at participating in this. Potentially not even OpenAI. And I think that's really the dangerous risks, is that a company that calls itself "Don't be evil" cut that slogan and now runs the risk of becoming more evil by like building the AI gods and controlling them. So I think there's a lot of good arguments and a strong case for open and decentralized AGI, just on that vector. Really on, obviously, from all the like opposites of what I described, like from really creating a more multipolar world that is open and accessible to everyone, where you really have like also the benefits of open source, of like transparency, like you can audit these systems. And I think it's generally a much safer world because also everyone has is able to defend. Like I think going back to this earlier notion of differential scientific and technological progress, I think it's always more realistic to basically accelerate defenses, accelerate, for example, alignment and safety, than decelerating progress. So I think historically, I think it was always a good idea to become prepared for more resilient systems and more open and decentralized systems that have less attack vectors, basically, even in the scenario that one has some of these risks emerge. And I think there's unique challenges that come also in decentralization that obviously also most of you are probably aware of, but like I think the most crucial one really I think is like the permissionlessness and trustlessness of the system. I think maybe it definitely creates some advantages, but it also creates some inherent disadvantages. Obviously you can't really shut down permissionless, trustless systems like a Bitcoin or Ethereum that easily. So I think that definitely creates some novel risks that are worth exploring. But there's also a bunch of others, obviously, more overhead and more complexity on the coordination side, but also really on even responsibilities get quite diffused. And then on the, maybe to cover concretely also some of the potential for decentralized AGI to have a positive impact, I think there's a bunch of like research directions that are worth exploring. I think like one of the crucial ones that even like all the like AGI lab leaders, for what it's worth, say is like they don't want to make the decision, and they don't even want like old people in Washington to make the decisions. They want basically every human in the world to be involved in making these decisions on like the values and like basically on what these systems are aligned with or for. And obviously they should be aligned with everyone, right? Like they should be aligned with the user, like kind of like assuming that the majority of humans are well-intentioned, obviously following like laws and rules. So I think like the first one I think is quite interesting is like, for example, this almost like collaborative reward modeling, because I think how one can think about AGI is like you kind of, the challenge is these reward functions. Like if someone like well-intentioned says, just make me some money, and it goes off to like hack other people's crypto wallets, like that's not really what the user maybe intended when they instructed the agent to make him some money, but it's what obviously could happen. So it's really about crafting these reward functions quite well. And then there's obviously a bunch of others, but I'm starting to run out of time, that are really worth like I think like researching much further. And I think the key challenge is there's been very little actually like alignment research, but I think there has been close to none decentralized alignment research. So it's literally like the amount of people that are in this field like contributing to it could fit in this room, like, and that's not really good news. So I think we definitely need to just like in general think more about like which kind of novel research directions to pursue for in the context of decentralized AI, because there's been obviously fairly little work until now. And would love to also discuss with some of you like what are some of these other research directions that I haven't been covering here. Like what I can really recommend is this paper, which is from the superalignment team, on general basically research directions in superalignment, which obviously still matter for decentralized superalignment. And this goes from like this early example of like weak to strong generalization of a weak system overseeing a much stronger system, to a bunch of other things like interpretability, scalable oversight, honesty, robustness, and also kind of like evaluation and measurement. And those things still matter in a centralized or decentralized context. But I think what's more interesting for this community is to think specifically about like what unique risk does like decentralization bring to the table, but also which unique tools, like from like plurality and like some of this community to governance to a bunch of other also unique basically contributions that decentralization brings to the conversation, where I think is like a lot of great work being done by the whole like pluralism space, for example. Yeah, that's about it. I think I have some time also for questions and discussion. Yeah, like I basically want to close out on like some of these overarching themes, which I think are like count for both worlds of like centralized and decentralized AGI, which is that ultimately at the core needs to be that we build like provably safe and beneficial systems to humanity that are very clearly specified and measurable ways, and also that are safe by design. Like ultimately, there's specific, obviously, aspect like research directions for AI that aren't very like verifiable. They're very hard to prove that their safety properties. And I think it's important to focus on those like AI research directions which are more provably safe. But yeah, that's about it. So I have some time for questions, and I think this is okay. This is, I think, summarizing quite nicely. Like I think a good view for that this space could have, which is like there's a lot of benefit, and there's a lot of benefit to open and decentralized AI. We shouldn't maybe rush into like 7 trillion server farms, but we also shouldn't forbid, for example, scientific foundation models. And I think there's like a lack of this like more nuanced positions, in the middle of the radical safetyist or accelerationist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vincent. And now we welcome Emad. Emad, are you? Yes, Emad Mosteke on AI for Impact.
Hello, everyone. I don't have slides. I have a picture at the end. Yeah, God, that was a lot of information. Nuance is difficult. I remember a year ago, I was one of the few signers of the pause letter, and then I got called a safetyist and then an accelerationist, and it was very confusing. So the topic of this particular chat is about AI for impact. So I'm very excited and very hopeful because I believe we finally have the technology to rid ourselves of PowerPoint and email. And that's something that everyone should be working on. There's no slides for this because I just don't like slides. And now I don't respond to my emails, so apologies to everyone. On a more serious note, the last few years were interesting. For those of you who don't know me, I was founder of Stability AI. We're most famous for Stable Diffusion that enabled a lot of people to create. But over 2 years, we gave away 20 million supercompute hours in grants. Llama 70B, the original one, was about 2 million for context, doing everything from OpenFold, the open replication of AlphaFold. And you'll see a big hoo-ha in Nature today about AlphaFold not releasing their code for a reason. We did mind reading with MindSci. Please check that out. So you take an MRI and you reconstruct stuff. And then video, image, a whole bunch of different things. And this was really interesting because the reason I got into that was I was working on COVID research and got promised a lot of AI technology and never got given it during the COVID crisis. And I was thinking about the infrastructure of the future and the impact of the future. So I think one of the constructs that we have, a lot of people here are information theorists. Information theory a la Shannon for me is information is valuable in as much as it changes its state. That's the impact. Then from the world of business, there's Clayton Christensen from Harvard Business School, sadly passed as well, who had this postulation that infrastructure is the most efficient means by which a society stores and distributes value. And when you combine those two, you see that we have a new information infrastructure coming. And it's an infrastructure that basically is bringing context to us all, because how do we take these billions and billions and trillions of words and compress it down? Is that knowledge compression, data compression? If it is, then it's like Pied Piper from Silicon Valley. The Weisman scores off the charts. But really what we're doing is compressing context. And I think that's important because data plus context is knowledge, and then that can enable impact. It can enable states to be changed. I think that when we look at the states that can be changed right now, we have to look at our existing systems. Our existing corporations are slow, dumb AI. This is why they work in the opposite direction that we want it to. Education is about removing agency, not giving agency to our kids. Our healthcare system is a sick care system, and our governments act to remove our freedom rather than give our freedom away. And why is that? I think it's because, like I'm typing in text, my notes on this. Text is a very black and white, literally, system. It lacks context, it lacks those contextual abilities. But now you can say, take this speech and redo it as a rap by Eminem, you know, or whatever, and then I could rap it if I could rap. These are really important things because that's what these systems encode. The fact they have any knowledge at all is amazing. Like if you download Stable LM2 on your phone or Phi, that's just a couple of gigabytes, yet it somehow has almost all of Wikipedia's context and knowledge in there. And Wikipedia, the dump, is 24 gigabytes. What is happening? What's happening is something brand new that can be used to upgrade our systems and have impact. And that's because this changes the fundamental energy equation of how information is organized. Because our systems are black and white and organized by text, we had to distribute the information dramatically for knowledge. So knowledge kind of came in, there we go, through gating, and that's why we created institutions. Then the institutions had to scale and operate, and it removed all the context from that. Now we can actually have individualized, customized knowledge to the edge by pre-computing once. Like you look at Llama 3, they trained it for 15 trillion tokens, whereas originally, like at Luther, we trained GPT-J for 400 billion tokens. Same size, but just trained more. And that 15 trillion divided by 400, whatever that is, increase in compute means that you have to use 10, 20 times less compute for every single inference. It means that you can push knowledge to the edge, which I think is very exciting as well. Because large number of our problems are about global problems that require local solutions. So we can coordinate at the top on climate, but nothing ever happens on the ground because the knowledge doesn't go there. If you look at the 400 million people in the world that don't have internet, actually are starving, 2 billion people don't have internet. They're invisible, and most of our society is based on visibility and legibility. It's based on understanding the context and identity of these individuals. What happens when you give them all technology and AI? All of a sudden, they become investable, as it were. Not from a capitalist point of view, but from a point of visibility, where you can bring them the resources they need, because suddenly they have access to as much knowledge and information as any of us, especially if they have self-sovereign AI. Most of the discussion here is around decentralization. I think it should also be about distribution. There's going to be lots of discussion around agents, but realistically, I think the most important thing about this technology is agency. That's what we're really talking about when we're talking about the AGI, when we're talking about these other things. When we're talking about the self-sovereign individual, you know, we're talking about crypto. It's about we want to have agency and not have our agency taken away from us. And that's what our system argues against. So as an example, how many of you in this audience are creative? Put up your hands. All right, we've got about 30%. Normally it's like 10, 20%. How many of you believe every child is creative? All right, we're up at 80%. How many of your children once? Okay, everyone's confused. All right. Like, basically, all children are creative, and we were all children once, and somehow that creativity got taken away from us because of our systems. We are taught to conform because you have 1 to 30 tuition, but now you can have individualized tuition. Actually, can I put up that picture on the thing? This is my favorite picture of the year, if it gets up. Waiting. Technology. Oh, you're missing the feet. Can we zoom out a bit? No? Anyway, this is Malawi. Maybe we'll see the feet. But, you know, if you bring a GPT-4 level AI to the kids in Malawi or Nigeria or wherever, and then if you can also give them stable diffusion to be able to create images, do you think they'll ever not believe they can do anything? And I think that's super important because we're taught that we can't create, that we must conform. And I think this is where the impact comes because you look at all our systems, a lot of them have this lack of context, but everyone will have their own individualized medical doctors or medical advice. They'll have their own individual education. Governments will be run on this technology, and guess what? Every regulated sector will need to have open technology. It will not be closed. Part of this is because Anthropic had a really interesting paper called Sleeper Agents. You can poison language models with just a little bit of data so that if you pass the wrong data into it, or the right data, depending, it suddenly turns evil. And it's incredibly difficult to remove that. So I believe that data transparency will be key for any regulated industry, and in fact, it will be insisted on. And this is also one of the safest ways to actually make AI safer. If we mandated that for all foundation models, the data sets were completely transparent, guess what? People would pore over it. This is why kind of we funded Lion, and the pile and others. And guess what? People poured over it and they found all sorts of stuff in there. Why? Because that's how you improve. You don't improve by having a lack of replication. And again, look at AlphaFold 3. It's an amazing piece of work based on diffusion technology, but they didn't give the code for nature, so it's not reproducible. It's not peer reviewable. We have to make it so that actually this technology is infrastructure. And I think that will happen. And what does that mean? It means if we have the roads, superhighways of the mind, rocket ships of the mind, should that be owned by any private institution? No. It should be owned by all of us, or at least there should be standards that all of us participate in. That's the reason why I signed that pause letter last year, also because it was 6 months until the H100s arrived, so there wasn't any issue, like it would happen anyway, to get that kind of discussion going. And if you look practically, a lot of kind of the pushback I get is, well, we won't have the supercompute, we won't have this or that. I mean, when Stability kicked off 2 years ago, 2 years ago we got, 3 years ago, time flies, we got 4,000 A100s to kick off, which was the 10th largest public cluster in the world, kind of on a credit card. Right now, nations are creating exascale computers of 20, 30,000 H100s, H200s, etc. But more than that, the impacts of scaling compute is really a question of just terrible quality data. The data that we should have, oh look, there's the feet, is the data that teaches and learns from these kids, self-adaptive systems, and we should also get them shoes, The data that we should have is human-aligned data that reflects our cultures, and this is about the quality and diversity of that data comes in. Because once you train it once, it's like, the best model I can think of for this technology is they're like really talented graduates that try a bit too hard. Right now, we trained it on the whole of the internet, and so they come out a bit crazy. We need good quality data going in, and then we'll have more aligned output coming out. Once a model gets to a certain level of performance, say GPT-4 performance, let's put aside AGI for now, then do you really need more than that to change these kids' lives? You don't. And that's what we should really be thinking about. Who decides what goes into these models? Because that has a much bigger impact. What do the standards look like? What does the interoperability look like? And then how do we use that to coordinate? Because one of the key things about crypto is having Schelling points, coordination mechanisms, and more. Who should be deciding the infrastructure of the future? And can we standardize this so it will go out dramatically? Because standards are where it's at. An entire ecosystem built around stable diffusion, control nets, LoRa's, everything, because it was defined latent space. You don't want the base models to be changing dramatically all the time. You want defined curriculums. You want the graduates to come out proper. And then you can correct their errors predictably. Language models in particular are not deterministic on their outputs. You can make them kind of deterministic, but again, that's something we're fixing. Because what you want to have is predictability for impact. You don't want things behaving kind of crazily, and you want to be specified for what these kind of elements are. Let's see, what was next? Oh, I think I've covered pretty much everything, actually. I think if we kind of come back to this, self-sovereign AI is a complement to self-sovereign identity. AI will give all of these kids functional identity and enable them to access knowledge that they could never have imagined before. And I'm convinced that their education will be better than anyone else's education in the world in a few years if we give them the right self-correcting system. Those of you in the audience who have had multiple sclerosis or cancer or autism, other diagnoses, you'll have a GPT-4 level AI for all of those. And so you'll never feel alone in that lack of agency. And I think, like I said, let's build agents, but sort of really focus on increasing humanity's agency on an individual and coordinated level. Let's build pilots to coordinate global action and co-pilots to do local action. And let's make it open and transparent because that's what everyone deserves. And I think that's the hope for the future. I think we'll build all around that, but we can't forget that is the key thing. Self-sovereignty, agency, and then humanity will flourish. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Emad. And now we're going to take Sofiane for, we are changing a bit the order. Sofiane, are you here? You ready? Okay.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the amazing talks so far. When we talk about intelligence, thank you. Awesome. So, when we talk about intelligence, there is actually a step that started way, way before, a long time ago, when we managed to figure out how to represent things with symbols. And so imagine the cold start problem of being able to say, this is a rock, and agree on that sound to define what is a rock. And that capability to define things with symbols is what makes us humans. That's the starting point of intelligence. And so our creative energy is the process through which, with our brain, we're able to produce those constructs. We're able to project and imagine and construct those things. And this creative energy is actually recursive. So it means that starting from sound, letters, symbols, civilization, scientific method, each generation starts not from scratch. You start from all the things that were created before you. And so if you have a compound effect, you have recursion. If you have recursion, you have acceleration. And this acceleration is entering a new phase, which kind of starts to look like okay. Creative energy is not just abstract, it's also physical. Meaning, all those things, when you see a plane passing in the sky, actually, it's not just the minerals, but it's the creative energy that turned the minerals into the plane, and that allows it to fly. So everything, in fact, is creative energy. The whole economy, actually, is creative energy. And so that creative energy is accelerating, and the big question is, as our interconnectedness intensifies, how do we coordinate this acceleration? How do we orient it? Because I agree with everyone, everything that was said earlier. We cannot stop it, we cannot de-accelerate it. The question is, how do we coordinate as best as possible the orientation of this exponential creative energy? And so now we are at this crossroads where, I think this was brilliantly said earlier, we are at this crossroads where we are going to accelerate. We don't know exactly where, but we are going there faster. And so our ability to coordinate and achieve collective choice is the thing that matters. There are three main forces, three main attractors. You have creative energy itself. You have finance that wants to fund that creative energy and benefit from it. And then you have regulations and regulators. We see it with crypto, we see it with AI. It's difficult to regulate properly without damaging creative energy. And so, fast forward, creative energy, if it had to have a currency, our thesis is that that currency is Veillance. And Veillance is Veillance is a combination of all those things. So it's like that kind of sentiment that you get, but it's also the sentiment that AI gets when it produces, when it predicts, basically, so the next output. And so the idea behind recursive Veillance networks is that markets, but also forests and electronic music are different forms of intelligence. There are different types of Veillance networks. It's a network of preferences that lead to the materialization of those things. And so Veillance can be put into different paradigms. So you have the subjective, objective, you have the positive, negative Veillance, and synthetic. So organic, synthetic. Our endocrinal system is evolving towards the things that make us feel good. And we have reproduced that synthetically. So intelligent systems are predicting whatever gets rewarded. The things that give you rewards in RL, but also RLHF and so on. And so the idea here, and what we've been working on at Newcoin, is to create this ERC20 of intelligence. And so when I say ERC20, it's not a new token, because it's not transferable. So the goal is not to just say that intelligence is money. Actually, intelligence looks a lot like money, and if we're able to make it liquid, and make it interoperable, we could reach something like what happened in the crypto space, which is the ability to coordinate all those systems. The thing that links together the Dows and the exchanges and all those things is the ERC20 standard. And so if we can achieve this using Veillance, so as I mentioned, it's not transferable, we can create this meta currency. Meta currencies are the thing that drives the economy. So we know currencies. Meta currencies are not transferable. And we use them at school. We use them in academia, all the citations. If you count your citations, that defines your status. And there is a network intelligence there. In the stock market, all those numbers, the reports and the annual reports of companies, those are metrics that we use to build intelligence on top of it. On social media, all the likes, all those things are currencies. They are numbers that contribute to that network intelligence and that manifest our Veillance. So then you have synthetic Veillance. PageRank was pioneering this, giving scores and giving values to web pages. TikTok, ChatGPT with the parameters, but also the organic Veillance, which is the RLHF, the human feedback. And so if Veillance is the new intelligence, Newcoin is the ERC20 of intelligence. We are basically making it liquid and allowing all the intelligence systems to connect together, but also to connect with humans. Agents are open source models, and open source models are like computers, and Newcoin is the internet that connects them all together. So you can download Newcoin OS, newcoin.org/OS, if you're interested to play around and be connecting with different forms of intelligence as a human. The big topic for today is how do we align value and values, and if intelligence, today we talk about intelligence versus alignment. What if intelligence could be alignment? And so, yeah, thank you so much, and looking forward if you want to continue the conversation.
Thanks, Sofiane. For those who are Veillance maxis, we have Andres later, towards the end, who's going to present. Yes. And now we have a unique fire. I mean, we don't have fire, we have plants. Fireside chat with Pooja and Ilya, and we hope to bring a new perspective to this intersection of AI and crypto. Thank you.
Thank you, Nima. No, it's just a conversation. So, Ilya, yeah, I think so. All right, well, thank you for having me. I'm Pooja. I'm joined here by Ilya, who's founder of NEAR, and also formerly a researcher at Google who wrote one of the most impactful papers in AI, Attention is All You Need. If you don't know that paper, NGMI. So we're here to talk about decentralized AI. And so before we get too deep into it, I just want to ground what we mean by decentralization, because it's a word that's thrown around a lot in this ecosystem. And so I'll offer a perspective of how I think about decentralization. And then we can turn to a conversation with Ilya about how he thinks about it. The way I think about decentralization is, what are we decentralizing? We're decentralizing power. And what creates power? Information and control. So the more information you have, the more control you have in a flywheel. And we see, of course, this in autocratic politics, where state-controlled media, influences election outcomes. We also see this in big tech. And of course, this is, the feared intersection of big tech and big government. And so here we are talking about this intersection of crypto and AI. And what I really think, when we talk about decentralized AI, what we're really talking about at this intersection is there are different information games happening in crypto, and there's different information games happening in AI, and how do these systems intersect? And so I want to get the conversation started by talking about the kind of information game frontier in crypto, which is called MEV, maximally extractable value. And this is something that Ilya knows a lot about. So what is MEV? Well, MEV arises when you expose transactions, your user transactions, on a public mempool or any audience really of any size. And more sophisticated actors with more resources can capture the information value of those transactions by training against them. And of course, this happens in DeFi and TradFi. And in some sense, MEV is a direct measure of how much information we leak or we can't control. And so the analogy here is in crypto, we're in this kind of financial auction for access to our transactional data. And in big tech, we're in this auction for our attention, and in some sense have already entered their private mempools. And Ilya, you're at all of these intersections, and you understand the value of information. And at the same time, you're trying to build a system here which has some notion of user sovereignty, which probably means giving users some control over their information or returning the value back to them. And this is really important in the context of AI agents, because if we can't control our information, then AI agents that are more sophisticated or have more resources can just sort of extract from us and outthink and outsmart us. So how does your work in MEV and chain abstraction deal with this problem, and particularly at the intersection with AI agents?
Yeah, so I agree that at the core.
You want
At the core, it's about control and information. And the way I like to think about decentralization is really about lowering switching cost, right? Be that, which counterparty is securing a transaction, be that which, kind of connectivity you use, which wallet you use, which other system you use, right? And so if there's only one single party, like a single bank you can use, single government, you have no choice. You have no option but follow whatever they say. If you have multiple banks, you can kind of switch between them, but the switching cost is really high, right? You cannot just say like, oh, tomorrow I'm going to be in a new bank. You need to like convince your bank to actually transfer everything. And so with crypto, if you have your private keys, you can open a new like wallet provider and be there. If you want to switch between networks, you can transfer or swap your assets and you switch, right? There's no kind of control that is inherent to the more decentralized system. And so similarly, when we think about AI, right now, we kind of falling into this like flywheel of the centralized companies who have a massive amount of kind of revenue generating power if they keep your attention, if they kind of leverage your data to predict kind of way to engage you more, and in turn that makes more money for them to get better at this. And so you have kind of this loop that is getting accelerated by these technologies, AI being one of them. And so kind of that's like a fundamental problem, right? And kind of the alternative for this, what we've been talking about in crypto from the beginning, which is like sovereignty, each of us, owning our assets and kind of extending that to owning our data, extending that to owning our, power of choice, governance. And that's kind of where NEAR has, set out its values kind of at this core, because kind of we believe in this core idea. And again, AI is just one of the technologies, same as Web3, that actually like allowing us to power this. And like I was saying before, it's like at the end, those are just hype words, right, that kind of describe a broad set of kind of techniques, technologies. And that's why the intersection itself is, at the end, just like set of use cases where we apply some of this tech. Now, coming back to kind of MEV and chain abstraction, the kind of at the end, what we're trying to do, right, is we're trying to make a set of products and set of kind of experiences for the users which are better than what we have today. This is just as people, although we have, like there's actually a survey that says, 90% of people care about their data and like concern about social media and think they spend more time on social media than they should, but they don't change anything, right? Like even though people care, they don't actually change any of their behavior. And so for this to change to happen, we really need to have a better product. We need to offer them something that's new economic opportunity, improvement to their life, or something, entertaining and amazing that they can, and educational that they can tap into. And so kind of going back to, where Web3 space ended up has been that although we started with these values, we kind of increasingly opened up a lot of the information flow in such a way that, and also economically in such a way that we have lots of these systems that are, each of them is complex, right? Layer 1s, layer 2s, they're all hard to interface, hard to figure out what's going on each one, right? I have 20 different addresses across 15 different layer 2s, right? A bunch of addresses on layer 1s, lots of different wallet providers, and then navigating all this, understanding what's happening. And then underneath, right, there are sophisticated actors that are running indeed a very complex ways of capturing kind of whatever happens on chain to actually benefit from that. And so at the core, kind of the chain abstraction movement has been about how do we make better product? How do we enable everyone to use these platforms in such a way where they don't need to think about underlying infrastructure and ideally don't expose information that shouldn't be there. And it's not just about people, right? Agents as well want to interact with all of the kind of potential opportunities that exist on chain, and without actually being kind of directly navigating all of this and figuring out kind of all of the different complexity of different systems that exist, right? This chain stops on Fridays, this rolls back, all of that complexity should be handled by somebody else, by sophisticated actors actually, it's even better. So kind of overall, from my perspective, we have this economic drivers, and this is actually from my perspective, at the end it all ends up being an economy and kind of economic drivers. And so kind of figuring out how do we design systems and protocols that end up in a better overall situation, overall state is what we're trying here to do. The challenge is that as we design this, right, we kind of uncover some of the things, right? We uncover the for-profit company design, right, was invented when Dutch corporation was first established. Nobody was thinking about, that when, internet will be invented, we'll see a massive, concentration of power. Same thing when, Ethereum was established, people were not thinking through on that all of this information being open will lead to kind of folks capturing it and kind of centralizing. And what happened to Ethereum now, you have, 3 builders with 2 layers, and pretty much if those builders don't like you, you have no way to actually send your transaction because all the validators following whatever layer is telling them. So how do we go around those, and kind of iterate on those is really important as well.
So I want to go a little bit deeper though. So in AI, there is a fear of singularity, winner take all, and then the next best solution is oligopoly, right? And anyone who sort of subscribes to decentralization aspires for something richer than oligopolistic market structure. And the reason why I think this chain abstraction MEV question is interesting is because it's the question about to what extent can users retain control over the information value? And to the extent they can't, what market structure do we end up with in crypto? Does it end up being oligopolistic? Do you think we can do something better than oligopolistic market competition?
I mean, I think we can, but it will take some iterations for sure, right? Because again, even Ethereum right now is kind of converging on some of these properties. So I think the design we're imagining is how do we optimize for individual and then community and every level success, right? And the problem is it's really hard to measure success. It's really hard to measure you
can look at the builders, you can look at the number of relays and the order flow, right?
Sure, but for example, you can look at Ethereum node validator count, right? It's, whatever, 20,000, but, Coinbase runs 2,000 of them, 3,000 of them. So the problem is, the Sybil resistance problem still exists.
Right.
And we kind of didn't fully solve it. And you don't want to end up with KYCing everyone or scanning iris of everyone either. And this is also on more information flow. Actually, this is something I've been thinking about for a few days now. is this idea that imagine we have a kind of an encyclopedia where any single entry there you can fork. And you can say, actually, I don't agree with this. It should be different, right? You know, you say vaccines are, you know, our mRNA vaccine, you know, helped save this many lives, and you say, no, it's actually led to this other side effects, right? And you have this kind of plurality of views, right, that that exists in the world, and right now it's not modeled by AI models, by LLMs. It's not modeled by our blockchain systems either in much extent. And so how do you go back to the consensus around this? And do you need that consensus, or you should have people having kind of a different view on this thing, and over time having these models like figuring out and acquiring information to really go back to the to this, right? So this is for public information, but you can assume, you know, for private, you don't want to expose this. Like, how do you manage that? How do you overlay this on top of existing public information space as well? So I think there's like a lot of interesting things you can do to have this plurality set, right? Where it's not just oligopoly, it's not just Wikipedia, which is like controlled by a set of moderators, and then, you know, if you don't believe in this, you need to go somewhere else. But you have kind of this multitude of views represented, and at the same time you do have a force that kind of tries to find consensus and tries to find things that are true and kind of false more like overall, more globally.
Right. I mean, do you want to hear my view on that? I am a plurality person. Yeah, so I mean, look, plurality isn't just about everybody have your different perspectives, right? We need to surface truth, right, and ground truth. Like, you know, there's some beliefs that are just falsifiable and have been proven to be false. But at the same time, what we want to do is we just want to recognize different multiple perspectives, and in particular informational clusters, right, and find consensus across that difference and bridge them. And not just that, but also re-encourage recombination amongst groups, so power consistently cuts, or information control consistently cuts across different lines, and you don't get to this toehold in information or control that leads to oligopolistic outcomes. So I think, you know, and at a deep level, it is, you know, information game theory and thinking about these problems of civil resistance and identity. But I also think I want to like push back, because I'm not really, everybody talks about this intersection of like crypto and AI as possibly being a path towards this decentralized future, but I'm a little bit skeptical, because the transactions that happen on crypto are just a small minority of like the actual data in the world. So big tech is hoovering up like conversations and like all kinds of information, the public commons and even like private commons, right? And building models off of that. And that conversational data is not, right, a financial transaction, and there's actually incentives that crypto could come in a very dystopic way and give people incentives to just violate, you know, expectations of privacy and contextual integrity, and everybody just sells off their Telegram chats, sells off their private conversations, and it's not something that belongs to the individual, right? So like, and much of crypto is built on this like premise of an individual and, right, like the user. But the reality is a conversation you and I are having right now doesn't belong to me individually, and I can't just go and sell it off, right? That would be a violation of kind of the context. And so can we even build systems in crypto that recognize these social commitments and encode social expectations of privacy that are key to actually having context in data, right?
Yeah, well, I think that's why I don't like saying crypto and AI, because indeed crypto is just a component of a broader kind of Web3 mindset. And Web3 mindset is indeed like, how do we build, you know, individual privacy? How do we create kind of community level privacy and kind of facilitation without that becoming global always, as well as how do they interact and how does it create economy around that? And crypto is a component of that, right? Is a, you know, right now major component, because that's where money is, and it creates kind of a lot of engine. But there's a lot of projects that are doing, you know, private computation and, you know, peer-to-peer communication that facilitates such things, right? Like individual operating systems that can, like Urbit, that connects between parties. So I think part of it is kind of expanding a little bit beyond just blockchain and thinking through like what are the other kind of components we need to really build an alternative solutions, which again, they do need to be better products, because if they are kind of, you know, if we continue kind of defaulting to, like, I mean, Telegram versus Signal is a really good example, right? And continue defaulting to Telegram, which is default unencrypted chats, right? Even though there's Signal, which is default encrypted, and just because Telegram is a better product and has network effects. And so kind of we need to build better products that are accessible, that offer new opportunities. And then through that, you know, we can build incentives around, you know, be that, well, for example, I mean, the example you described, right? Instead of sending all data, instead of to some server that runs and kind of evaluates this data for machine learning inference, you can run it on the device. You can have a model that runs locally, so-called edge models. And you can have data that's, you know, never leaves the device. And, you know, if you do want to learn from it, you use federated learning, which is already kind of sends, you know, some updates to the model instead of your data. And so you can also just design systems that don't require kind of everybody publishing data either to a single party or to everyone to actually facilitate and improve and increase capacity, kind of abilities of this model. The other kind of approach is right now you have kind of expectation there will be like one giant model run by one company that will know everything, right? That's also not very realistic. You can imagine having lots and lots of models run by lots and lots of different parties who are specialized in different skills and knowledge, who have, you know, some model better because they've have access to some blockchain data, some because they've trained and fine-tuned on medical data, some may be better at math because it runs like an additional kind of inference and like mathematical like solver. And so now it's more of a kind of opportunity. How do you find which models are at what? How do you ensure that they give you correct answer, etc.? But you have now a more decentralized kind of poly view of the system instead of relying on a single party, on a single system. And again, they can then have a relationship with you on your data. Again, there's ways to run privately through enclaves. There's ways to run it on your device. So there's like different ways to facilitate that as well, and how you expose data. So I would say like a lot of it will be how do we figure out the structure, and then kind of what does the success looks like, and then designing back from there, given all the technology we have.
Oh, that's it. Sorry? Okay.
Just keep for the whole day. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Who needs a party, right?
I will. Okay, so I'll end on my closing thoughts. So I think the vast amount of data that is, I would say financial transactional data is derivative of our social relationships and our conversations. And meme coins are kind of an extreme example of that. So are, you know, social contagion phenomena like bank runs and so on. And so I don't see infrastructure that has been built, and I'm not sure how it's provisioned, which is another question, without inviting these questions of like capture and MEV. I'm not sure, I don't see any infrastructure that's been built that encodes the social expectations around our conversations or lots of data that's generated as groups. And I think this is important for a couple reasons. One is enabling groups to communicate better with each other and have, right, their group agents, right, that don't get like fracked by other agents. But it's also important for this broader goal of like decentralization, right, to help groups negotiate power. Because it's never the sovereign individual versus a nation state or a big tech company. The sovereign individual loses every time in that scenario, right? It's banding together in coalitions and groups, forming cooperative agreements, and then negotiating and having bargaining power against more powerful actors. So I'm excited to see what NEAR builds. I hope you move in this direction of thinking about this social infrastructure to encode expectations of privacy. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks to Ilya and Pooja. Now we have Colin from Inference Labs who are working on verified inference. And just in case you're wondering why we don't have Q&A after each talk, we have a whole salon for 2-3 hours open-ended at the end of the conference. So we invite you to join us for that segment after dinner. And we have amazing tote bags, 50 of them, that are reserved for people who stay until the end. Lou will decide, not me. Blame her. Go to Lou.
Thank you, Nima. I'm excited for the tote bag. Hi, everyone. I'm Colin, co-founder and CEO of Inference Labs, and we're building networks and technology for decentralized AI, but particularly decentralized inference. So first off, we're a big believer that the networks and technology that exist really define the companies and business models that come out of it, and those actually help transition us to new eras of technology. So thinking about SSL, that really allowed us to go from Web 1 to Web 2 in the level of certainty it provides you when you're on a website. You know for sure that you're not on a phishing website, or you're connected to some machine, you're not having a man-in-the-middle attack happen. When we transitioned from Web 2 to Web 3, we saw something similar. Technology like Chainlink really allowed us to bring data on-chain in a secure way that people could use within smart contracts. And of course, the next paradigm here is we're going to use decentralized AI models, or just AI models in general, on-chain with different smart contracts. And just how do we secure that level of communication? So first off, why does this matter? Right now, internet traffic is over 50% bots, so non-human traffic. This is scrapers, scripts doing all kinds of things, grabbing data for LLMs and for other purposes. And we believe that the dominant form of internet traffic in the future is going to be inference. AI agents talking to each other, people using AI inference for different applications. Now, why can't you just put AI models on-chain? A couple of reasons you can't do that. Number one, they're just too big. And second of all, not everyone can see exactly how those AI models work. They have pure clarity on exactly what's going on. You're open up to all kinds of attacks and lots of different reasons you wouldn't want to do that. We also have this trust spectrum. So on one end, it's a black box. You have private models with obscured execution and trusted compute. You just have no idea what's going on behind the scenes, if this AI model actually exists or really what's happening. And on the other side, it's glass box. You have fully open models that are fully on-chain potentially. You can download them and put them on your own machine and run them. This is like an optimistic ML paradigm. For us, there's this sweet spot which is somewhere in between, where you have proprietary models that you're able to keep off-chain. No one knows exactly how they work, but there's public verification that they're actually being used behind the scenes. You have that certainty that they exist and are being used. This leads us to the concept of proof of inference, which is an explicit claim going from some input through some model to achieve some output, plus a little bit of evidence, maybe it's a ZK proof or some other form of evidence, that inference has actually occurred, and you can prove it based on its own merits. It also leads us to the concept of a trustless inference, which is you really don't need to know any details about the inference other than the information here, just the input, that model, and the output, to know that it was done properly and correctly. That leads us into what we're building, very high level ZK layer. It's a place where a user AI agent that requires a prediction from an off-chain neural network can get that, as well as compensate any of the nodes doing the compute, providing that inference. In addition to that, we actually launched Omron, Subnet 2 on BitTensor about a month and a half ago. It's currently the world's largest CKML proving cluster. We have about 235 machines online there, providing over 2,000 cores, 15 terabytes of RAM, and an impressive amount of storage. Really enabling proof of inference for any other subnet within BitTensor or for use externally. That's live today and something we're actively working on. In addition, we're working on a project with Renzo to do automatic LRT allocation for different AVSs with more information coming on that soon. And with that, I'll keep it really short. If you want to connect, here's some links. Feel free to scan it, follow us on Twitter. And like I said at the start, the networks and technology we build really do define the companies and business models that we end up with, so we have to be careful with what we put out there. Thank you.
We shall have 3 minutes bathroom break. Everyone run. Who's next, I think? Hi, Nick. Now we have a 1-minute panel between you and me.
Okay.
Before you start. How are you doing?
It's so nice to meet you in person.
Yes, yes. We're both a little bit Iranian, right?
Yes.
Slightly. And dinner is Iranian or Persian food.
Amazing.
So, yes, you'll love it. Okay.
What's your favorite dish?
Well, don't want to disclose it publicly. Can be used. It might be my password or something.
Sure,
so, yeah.
Thank you, Nima. All right, well, I noticed already feeling very hopeful. By a show of hands, who is feeling more hopeful today than when they first arrived here? Cool. I think we might actually be able to solve this thing. Do I have to do anything on the tablet? While we're getting started on the slides, I'll just give a quick introduction to myself. My name is Nick Naragi. I'm one of the co-founders of HATS Protocol. We're creating a way for DAOs to create roles for their members, their AI agents, and give them specific permissions. And I think that this could be a really powerful way to create a really effective DAO, and in particular, one that can govern AI models at world scale. I still don't see it here, but I think it's okay. I'll just get into it, and if you guys can get it up on the iPad up here, that would be great. So when I was invited to give this talk, it was about the permissioning layer for DAOs. And specifically, when we think about permissions, we think about it as agent-based and role-based. And I want to introduce some of those concepts because I think it's going to really help us break down like what makes a DAO good and what makes a DAO effective at specifically governing big sets of resources. So before I get into that, just why are we talking about decentralized AI? A lot of people have talked about it all day today. Pooja had some really amazing points about control and power, and those are going to be themes throughout the talk here. But I think there's mainly three reasons. We decentralize AI so that we can get democratized access to it, so that we can create democratic control of it, and also so that we can collectively co-create it. I think that co-creation is one of the most powerful forces in play here. But right now I'm going to talk about how we share power effectively, and that as a form of alignment within decentralized AI. So what I believe that we need, what I think is going to change the world, is being able to create digital power structures. I think what was missing in the first wave of DAOs, and what DAOs started to attempt to do, was to create a new form of a power structure that exists on a digital substrate. But what we missed is that everything was happening all in one vote. So my success criteria for a good digital power structure is this. We need to be able to represent power in code more than just one token, one vote, and one person, one vote. We need to be able to integrate with AI and every technology across the entire internet. So interoperability, like Ilya said, is key. And then last, we need to do alignment of the power relationships. So accountability, who's admin over another person, what is the DAO the admin over, determining when those are out of alignment and surfacing that to the relevant stakeholders, and then actually supporting with realignment over time. So this is a little screenshot from the HATS app. HATS is a protocol. I'm not going to talk too much about that because I want to talk about the theory level here. But the goal is to create agent-based DAOs where the DAO serves as the top-level admin for the entire structure. And you can see here that there are a number of different roles. Each role is represented by a token. It has its own max supply. It can be given to specific agents represented by Ethereum addresses, like any token. And in this case, you have the top hat. We love puns at HATS. So the top hat is controlled by the entire DAO. The configurator, which is a sort of AI agent that sits right below the DAO and controls various parts of the tree, is right below that. And then you can see a number of different structures here. So a very common structure that we get is an elected council, whether that's a security council, a grants committee. That's both of those are represented here. You get individuals who are elected fully on chain to become part of that grants council. So being able to actually delegate permissions to specific agents based on their role is an important component of it. And then lastly, we want to be able to do programmatic criteria and accountability. So whether that's a security council member should be slashed or should have their role revoked if they don't meet their certain responsibilities, or you have to have a certain amount of tokens of the DAO in order to maintain responsibilities. Those are both the types of things that you can do with hats. I think what's key about DAOs is that they're for sharing. The main unlock that DAOs gets us is widely distributed ownership and doing that in a capture-resistant way. So when we're talking about, like Pooja said, talking about having a large amount of power, and especially with AI, having a centralizing force for that power, we need to think about the box that we put it in that protects it from being captured by other people. And lastly, being able to have democracy at the top level of the organization, but not voting on every decision. It's ridiculous that there are some DAOs that vote how to use $10 million and also vote what color should the button be on the website, right? It's the wrong decision-making structure for different decisions. So hats ultimately gives power to the right agents at the right times. We solve for alignment and we solve for a variety of different types of permissions through interoperability. I'll get to that in the next slide. I already talked a little bit about alignment, but the constraints are like what criteria does someone need in order to get a role. Doing agent selection is like using reputation systems or on-chain elections using things like joke race, or you could do it via a governor DAO. And then retroactive accountability, we have some really interesting slashing mechanisms and staking built in. And of course, compensation is one of the most powerful forms of accountability. And when I say agents, I think it's also, I'm differentiating a little bit between just an AI agent and a more cybernetic form of the word, which we'll get into in the panel in a second. But a human agent, a DAO is an agent itself, a team within the DAO is an agent, and AIs that are controlling Ethereum addresses are agents, and that's mostly what we've been talking about as AI agents today. Some of the things that we interoperate with, we built fully open source, fully composable stack. Right now, the version 1 is completely immutable. I'm happy to tell you more about why we're building it as a public good if you'd like to hear more about that later. But here's a wide sampling of the different accounts, resources, governance structures, workspaces, and communication channels that are already in use with hats. And what we're trying to do is create an interoperability layer for all different types of on-chain organizations. So an AI or a person in a DAO or an entire DAO can use and control these different mechanisms of coordination and do that effectively at scale. So I just wanted to recap to say I think we're already meeting all these 3 criteria. We have lots of people who are already using this. Rare DAO is the one that you see on the screen. EigenLayer is using hats for their grants committee. We've got a number of other organizations like Raid Guild. MakerDAO has done some work with us. So it's just at this really interesting early stage where the protocol's been live for a year and a number of interesting experiments are emerging. And we'd love to help you build something with your AI if you're looking for that too. So come find me afterwards. My information is up here on the screen. It's Hats Protocol.xyz or on Farcaster. We just have the Hats Protocol channel. I'm mostly only on Farcaster now, so I'm nintynick.eth. And I'll leave you with one final thought, which is that agent-based DAOs are going to be the future of organizations. Not only are they going to be the most efficient organizations that we've ever created, they're also going to be able to steward things like artificial general intelligence at planetary scale. Thank you so much.
Okay, and now I believe we have a panel moderated by Timur.
Oh, yeah.
Nick, you can stay on stage, I believe. So our panel is on AI agents and DAOs, and I will welcome on stage Martin from Gnosis, David from Olas. Do you want to announce it, Timur?
Yeah, I can introduce it.
However you want. Nick from everyone on the couches and chairs?
Great.
Yeah. And Richard from NAFTA. Great. Are you going to be comfy?
Richard, what happened? Football injury. That is a great way to hurt yourself. All right, welcome everybody. We don't have too much time today and we have 4 amazing panelists here, so I'm just going to get into it. I'll give some quick intros and then we'll get started. So we have 4 founders here who are working in and around the topic of AI autonomous agents. We have Martin Köppelmann, who's the founder of Gnosis, as well as a bunch of really interesting projects, including Circles UBI. We have David Minaj, who's the founder of Valerie and a founding member of OLAS. He's working in particular on enabling co-owned AI. We've got Richard Blythman, who's the founder of Naphtha AI, who are working on a coordination layer for decentralized AI services. And we have Nick Naraki, who's the co-founder of HATS Protocol, which is a programmable graph for roles and agents in any organization. So we're going to be talking about AI agents and in particular how they relate to Dows. And just to kick us off, David, I wonder if you could share a definition of an AI agent as you see it.
Sure. So an agent is something that observes something in an environment, has some internals, and then ultimately takes action in the environment. Like we are agents, right? And then an autonomous AI agent is basically such a thing, but as software. So the internals can be arbitrarily complex, right? We today basically are talking about software architectures which use probably some large language models and other type of AI models under the hood, plus some contraptions on top. And then they might be, calling into various APIs to observe things and to do things. Maybe one important distinction, Richard also shares that with me, is often when we talk about AI agents today in the space, there's this kind of confusion about workflows versus agents. So like I would say it's very important when we talk about autonomous AI agent that we really mean like a thing which has agency and does something on behalf of someone, which could be another agent, human or software, for a long period of time, rather than just a workflow like a ChatGPT with like a rack on top or something.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. AI agents have been very much in vogue over the last 6 months. In particular, folks in crypto have kind of glommed onto the concept and got excited about it. I'm curious what role these types of agents might have to play in DAOs and relating to the crypto space. Nick and Martin, you guys both work with decentralized orgs. Would love to hear your guys' thoughts on that intersection.
Yeah, if I had given the answer, I would have gone much further and would say it's a new form of life, and we are we are doing very early experiments, so it's not necessarily the main thing of Gnosis, but yeah, we are exploring those agents with a couple of projects, and yeah, Olas was one of the first ones. So. Very related to this first talk from Trent, where he said predicting is intelligence. We created agents, or we wanted to see if agents are able to predict real-world events. So asking them essentially any question about what's going on in the world and see if they have enough intelligence, essentially, to figure that out. And that is what we are doing right now with a couple of projects. And I think the answer is very clearly yes, they are able to do that, but the consequences of that are, well, in my view, are quite big, but maybe I first let others speak as well.
Yeah, I would say I definitely want to go down the life rabbit hole, a new form of life rabbit hole if we have time. I think that I've been fascinated with teams and jazz bands and collectives and collective intelligence. And what interests me about Dows is that it's pushing forward the edge of collective intelligence. And I think that AI agents that are sitting in a DAO and helping that DAO to coordinate and cohese and express itself, that is a new form of life, and it's also going to be much more productive and efficient and potentially profitable than other forms of organizations that have ever existed. And so we need to think deeply about how we steward these things.
Yeah, that's well said. I do want to get into those elements. I do want to get into the more sci-fi ideas here around new forms of life. I think one thing that would be interesting just to do a bit more context setting is how are these agents actually being implemented right now? Like, how does this actually work? Richard, would love to start with you. You're building a coordination layer here for agent systems and multi-agent systems. I wonder if you could touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. So there's a bunch of frameworks. People have probably they've heard about LangChain before. There's also like Baby AGI, Microsoft AutoGen, all of these. That's what people usually implement agents in at the moment. But I would say that most of what we see at the moment is like one human interacting with one agent. And we don't really have the substrate for many agents to interact with each other. Baby AGI, for example, they call it a multi-agent system, but actually they all use the same LLM. And even the creator of Baby AGI came out recently and said it's not a true multi-agent system. It's more like a complex agent with many modes, or an agent that puts on different hats, right? So that's what we're trying to build, is like a framework, like a decentralized version of LangChain or Baby AGI, which allows you to have these different agents running on different nodes with different LLMs, different code bases, different data, and all interacting over the network somewhere. So, yeah.
Cool, David. I feel like you two would have a bit more to say there as well.
Do you want to go first? Okay. Yeah, I think it already exists. Well, let's do multi-agent systems, but I would push back quickly also on this, it already being beings. I think we need to be careful, like they're not life forms yet. Like the reality is actually quite trivial still. That doesn't mean we shouldn't worry about what the consequences could be potentially. But I think one key thing with agents, which is super exciting, is from our perspective, is like if you have a single agent, ultimately it is unlikely that we will find a single agent doing everything, for I think the same reason that we don't find that in the world either. Like there's a couple of things, like firstly it's quite complex to be good at everything, quite literally, but also like when I'm doing one thing I can't do the other thing, right? And that also holds for software things. And so multi-agent systems and like economies of agent is like a natural, I think, starting point actually, because that's what we see works with humans, and I don't think there's any like principal economic argument why that shouldn't be the exact same thing with autonomous software systems.
Yeah, to answer the question and also to respond, so how are they working right now? So we started, like for example, on those prediction agents, still in a quite constrained way. They were basically where there was still a clear, say, a loop, do first this step, then do that step, and then do that step. That's how we started. But we are already pushing the boundaries where that does no longer exist, where the agent basically just has a bunch of functions it can do. It has its own balance, it has resources, it knows what those functions cost, and that's essentially all the input it has. And then we started off and saying, go do something interesting, or go make some money, or go and survive. And again, it is experimental, but those agents were already able to, kind of to create a plan, or to say, okay, I will do this step first, and then that step, and then that step. And then we went even a step further and say, okay, now this agent can reflect on their previous kind of order of actions and try to synthesize a strategy from that. And then it can, and then we went another step further and said, okay, now it has the ability to spawn a new agent and seed it with that initial strategy. And now kind of that can develop in an independent direction or can develop in a specific direction. The initial agent can go further, and I would say I'm really convinced that this is very close to being a new form of life.
I love that. I'm just like nodding like this is so cool. I think actually if we can stick with this for a little bit, one of the ways that maybe this can feel a little bit more real is if we talk about some of the use cases here. You've been working on prediction markets, Martin. I wonder if you could touch on the how and the why and why that's interesting.
well, we wanted to see how good agents are already, and it was pretty clear that, or I think eventually they can do all kinds of things. Short-term information aggregation or collecting information is clearly something that works already today. But just say, okay, write a research report is tricky because, well, then they write the research report, but you don't really have a way to measure the quality of that, well, knowledge artifact. While if you let them trade in a prediction market, you have a very concrete way to measure which agent is performing good and which one is not performing good, because you can simply see which one makes money or not. So that was a very, I mean, now, so again, we are in, to us it's more research or early experiments, but of course, any prediction that, any agent that is capable of producing actual predictions is also, well, economically viable, and Trent gave a couple of examples for that in the first talk.
Yeah, and can you talk about why that could be interesting actually, like for the world, like not necessarily what's happening right now, but if this starts to become a highly liquid product, what does this enable for us?
Well, okay, I mean, I can go into this vision of prediction markets and just say that if the world would have better information about all possible futures and how all the possible futures relate to each other and how kind of that event makes that event more likely, well, then you just have a better understanding of what's going on or what is going to go on in the world. And then, of course, you have also a better chance to do actions today that then result in the outcome that you want. So I guess that's the positive vision. But yeah, I'm definitely one of the, I belong to the ones that just think those tools will create power. And yeah, I think there's a good chance that this power can also be used against us.
Yeah, go for it.
I think it's really interesting as a starting use case because you basically are building a sort of reputation for these agents and their ability to make money and trade. And if you can prove that out and that model works, then I think we'll start to see similar types of reputation systems for all different types of skills and for AI agents and not. But I love what you're doing because of that. I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, so related to that point is potentially the idea of governance and agents that can play roles in governance. David, you've been building the Governator agent. Would love for you to touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, so obviously we just had your presentation, and in that presentation, basically there's this concept of the DAO, and then there's the agents, some humans, some software agents who can participate, if I got the gist of it correct. That's one way to think about using autonomous AI agents in the context of governance, like you basically outsource tasks to these agents. Another is you could even turn the entire DAO into an agent, right? Agent system where effectively you could say, okay, is that a smart contract? I would say no. Actually, if you go into the specifics there, smart contract always requires something else on top to actually be proactive. So coming back to Governator, we kind of still in this former camp in a bit, where in a sense where basically we were saying, okay, well, if you take this exact example you gave with voting, like who actually wants to vote all the time, you tend to delegate to a human, right? If you delegate to a human, then that person has this problem to vote, so could you kind of do that as an autonomous AI agent? And if you do that, now the first problem you have is if this is a single agent running on someone's machine, then this is pretty dumb. Because basically that person can actually do anything and you have to trust them fully, right? If you even were to use some sort of state-of-the-art ZK and somehow someone in their basement has like a LLM which they can ZK verify, then you could use that, or you can use some cool new inference technology. But even then, you're still struggling with the fact that you have a single model. And if you have a single model, then this model might just in the worst case, be poisoned for some regions of its parameter space, or it might just be bad, or it might hallucinate. So that's also not a good thing. And so what we did with Governator is basically we have a lot of agents. That's one of the properties of the Euler stack. You can create like this off-chain system, which is like a lot of agents combining like basically their power, and they all can use different models. And then they can read these proposals and sort of vote off-chain first before they vote on-chain. I think that's actually quite an interesting path to pursue autonomous agents, because I think we need to be careful that we don't worry too much right now about these sort of endgame scenarios and like forget about all like concrete problems in the short term, which is basically the system just doesn't work or is bad or has like some very obvious exploits, which this tries to address.
Yeah, super interesting. Richard, I don't know if you have anything to add on use cases or either current or future exciting ones.
Yeah, I was going to jump in on the governance use case somewhere, I think, at MICA, which is, obviously Valerie and Olis have created a bunch of agent economies, which are multi-agent systems. Often it's quite competitive, so the coordination happens through on-chain transactions or something like that, and especially in the case of prediction agents, for example, there's no kind of information shared between prediction agents because it's like a zero-sum game, right? What we don't have yet are like ways to allow multi-agent systems to be cooperative rather than competitive, to have this like agent-to-agent communication, I think, and what that might look like for the DAO governance case is, often when you're taking governance decisions in a DAO, it's not just an individual thing where you decide, like often you have these conversations with other people, right? And you kind of formulate opinions and all that sort of thing. So wouldn't it be really cool if we had this multi-agent system where, everyone has their own personal governance agent, and then all of these governance agents are like having conversations with each other automatically, with everyone else in the DAO. And then maybe, the most interesting conversations get highlighted to the human, and then some sort of governance action gets taken. So, these kind of cooperative multi-agent use cases, I think, could come next.
Yeah, really cool. Nick?
Yeah, I'd love to jump on that. I think we have kind of like, okay, what is an agent today? And that's a mental model. Okay, what is a DAO today? And that's a mental model. And all of these things are evolving really quickly. So I wonder if we can like take that even 10 years into the future. It's like, okay, well, if we all have AI agents, maybe multiple AI agents that represent us, understand our values, understand what we know, understand what we care about, they have resources that we give them to steward on our behalf, they can go out into the economy of agents and find other agents and other people that share our values and start to emerge collectives. And then those become DAOs. We group resources into the pools that those DAOs form, and then those DAOs as agents that now have the full set of the knowledge of all the agents, but plus the emergent knowledge that's coming into that DAO can now take action to achieve shared goals. That to me is like super exciting vision for the way that this could unfold. And I see the pieces of the puzzle kind of starting to come together, which is really exciting.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really common pattern for new types of apps. There was actually a Black Mirror episode on this. It was like a dating app where everyone has their own dating agent, and then your dating agent dates everyone else's dating agents, and you just run that at scale in all of society, right? And then maybe the most interesting conversations get brought back to the humans. But you can do that for like recruitment versus job seeking agents, recruitment agents, maybe like VC agents and startup agents all pitching to each other, and just run these like simulations at scale, and then highlight the interesting things to the humans, or like form DAOs out of them, or whatever.
Does anyone have any thoughts on what implications this has for governance, but also just institutions more broadly, in the broader sense, in terms of our democracies, our not just DAOs, but the things that kind of govern our lives?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we look forward, like Vincent gave this talk earlier, which outlined like a lot of the research, and I basically think we need forms of agents governing agents, and like for practical, like physical reasons, that they are faster and like operating at a different dimension than us. And that takes us back to this multi-agent system. Like it seems strange to me that we would have a centralized single agent winning out. I think like very specific, like physical situation needs to arise where that's the case. Even if someone has like some sort of form of superintelligence, there's like at some point some levels of like resource constraints you run into, and like there's other competitors around. So like, I think it makes sense to think about like, okay, societal structures of these autonomous AI agents. Will there be like a police for them, a court system for them, what this kind of, and then the whole thing around alignment as well. It's like, there's this kind of weird, like, and like if you think about alignment, like in one way, like you're taking ultimately agency of something in the future because you're like kind of restricting it, right? Like, so this isn't like even if it was theoretical possible, you would just sort of constrain the future of something which develops. Doesn't seem right either. So I think we just need to be comfortable with the fact that there's these new types of forms of life coming, and then like we need to think about like with humans, you know, like sometimes we can't even align someone until we've seen what they're doing. Like it's actually like anyone who runs a business or anything really knows that like you have a bunch of employees and then you tell them one thing, they do another, right? Like that's non-trivial. So I'm sure you have a lot to say.
Any thoughts on implications or, yeah?
I think there's roughly speaking two really interesting new types of institutions that are going to form. One is, I love Primo's work on exstitutions and the idea that we have like almost like an inversion of an institution that is able to mint certificates and give credentials to people without that needing to exist formally or be run by people. You can get the hardness property without having to have a hierarchy of people making that thing happen. The other one that I'm really excited about is just DAOs that outperform companies. Like I love game B thinking. I'm a big Daniel Schmachtenberger fan, and like the way that we make the transition from like the current market economy into a new one that we like better, or that treats us better, or that helps with flourishing, is by creating these organizations that hold that flourishing on the inside the DAO, but are ruthless. Apex predators on the outside. They're actually able to outcompete all of the existing corporations in the world. And I think that's my prediction for how the transition will happen. And I'm hopeful that we can actually maintain the type of harmonious connection that is ideal to me inside of these DAOs.
Was there a third? You said executions, DAOs that outcompete. No, never mind. Sorry. I thought you said there were three. Okay, my bad. Cool. So one of the things that I'd love to kind of impress upon people here is why is this actually important? Like, why are you guys personally spending time on this? What is the motivation here? I kind of got a sense of it just now. I'm curious for you guys as well. What's the why?
I think everyone should have their own single or multiple autonomous AI agents that do valuable things for them along like health, wealth, and well-being. And then the question is, how do you do that? Well, if you have it in a centralized context, I mean, then at best someone skims like some economic like profit from you more than they should. At worst, you have zero control over your life. So that's what kind of drives us.
For me, it's just curiosity.
Good answer.
So I worked in big tech as a machine learning engineer. At one point I got put on the surveillance team. Also saw the impact that this technology was going to have in terms of working with computer vision models that could recognize emotions and all this sort of stuff. And so I really started thinking about who's going to have the power over this technology. And so that's why I fell down the crypto rabbit hole. And then found my way. There was only like a handful of, you could count them on one hand, all the projects in the crypto space working on AI. Like David was at Fetch and Trent from Ocean. I found my way to Ocean, just kept working across the stack. And here we are 3 years later and AI crypto is finally happening and like blossoming, which is great. So it's about like creating this alternative structure for implementing this powerful technology, which is AI for me.
Nick, you talked about the stakes of this in a recent blog post. I wonder if you could frame that for us.
Yeah. Basically, I think we've already heard this a couple times today, that AI is a massively centralizing force, and there are big companies out there and governments that are out to try to own it because it's going to be very advantageous, maybe the most advantageous thing ever to own it. So what's at stake for me is basically like peace in the world, creating actual stability at global scale. And I think that there's a very wide range of possible outcomes here, where total basically totalitarianism of a single government or person owning an AGI, that's really bad. And obviously, like, we can't have anarchy all the way on the other side where everyone has these models and can just run them however they want. So trying to right size, invent new forms of government that are actually able to right size and find and help us coordinate, but also respect our sovereignty and freedom is, I think, the opportunity space here. And if we get that right, we may well enter the golden age of humanity. Like, this is a very exciting time to be alive. And I'm just really excited to be working at this intersection with you guys, because I'm so hopeful for what could possibly come out of all of this work.
Oh, very well said. Okay, so I was asked to leave some space for questions, so I'll just ask one more question here. Let's say it's a year from now, we're back at Berlin Blockchain Week, we're on the stage again, we're talking about this topic. What has happened in the preceding 12 months? And maybe also use this as a chance to preview some of the things that your guys' projects are working on that are coming down the pike. Should we start at the end and work our way down?
Yeah, we will continue to explore, and one of the things is maybe years a realistic time frame, but to have a couple of those still primitive but still independent life forms out there that are doing things that we don't even exactly know what they're doing.
Do you have a view on what will happen in the industry more broadly, or like in the space? Hard to say. Yeah, fair enough. David?
So in a way, we're working on this alignment problem, but not in a way in which people probably would think about it. We are basically trying to create agent economies where the agents are sort of aligned around like emergent outcomes. We have like this novel kind of system, like, I mean, you can describe it as staking, but really it's like basically how do you create entire like economies of agents that are aligned around specific KPIs. We're launching this in a couple of weeks. We have some very exciting like partners already with which we're building this in the background. So I would really imagine quite a lot to happen there. I am thinking also that, like, as always, we're a bit too optimistic about the short term and in terms of progress, and a lot of the really big, like, sort of fully autonomous, independent kind of software agents are still some mile away. I think all the systems people working on are actually quite inefficient. So in production, they then often end up just wasting a whole bunch of resources. So I think it's still this time of like mixture of rules-based and learning, and we'll kind of move more to like fully end-to-end learning-based systems as we go along.
Yeah, I think where I'd like it to go is, too many people are still interacting with centralized AI, ChatGPT. Some people are running local models, but not enough. It can run on a laptop now, so hopefully in a year's time, more people are, using their local models, local agents, and ideally, like, those agents are starting to talk to each other. We're starting to see this internet of agents, this substrate come together to allow agent-human pairs to coordinate with each other. So yeah, we're planning to launch our SDK for building these kind of like decentralized AI workflows and multi-agent systems. So hopefully we can just attract a developer community to start implementing these interesting coordination mechanisms and encourage people to start using decentralized local private AI instead of centralized AI.
For us, the core loop of what happens in HATS is that there's some shared resources, and that pool of shared resources in the DAO grows. And then there are delegations of responsibility and authority over those resources to specific agents. And then we have to, obviously, we were talking about what is an agent, right? You have this kind of perception of the world, the intelligence of what to do, the execution of the actions, and then evaluating how well the action was executed. Right now, in the DAO world, these loops take a really long time. Maybe seasons are running 3 or 4 per year. Sometimes you can run this on a monthly cycle. My hope for a year from now is that we could be running these on a weekly cycle and incrementally toward a daily and hourly cycle to get to really accomplish things in decentralized organizations.
Awesome. Yeah, cool. Thanks so much. Well, if there are any questions in the crowd, I think we have a couple of minutes. Yep. Should I pass the microphone, Lou?
Hey guys, very inspiring, thank you. How do you see the role of agent in solving the cold start problem when starting new networks? Because that's a big issue for the adoption of Web3. Now all the incumbent, like especially consumer products, have network effect and lock-in and so on. Yeah, how do we use agents, and what's your take on that? Is it a problem you are interested in working on?
Yes, so like we don't have much data for our AI at the moment. I think there's a lot of techniques for distilling knowledge from like centralized AI models. So they're the ones that I'm most hopeful for. So maybe for the next year, we all still use ChatGPT, but every time we do that, we save the inputs and outputs, right? There's like libraries that do this now. And so, we're getting access to the most powerful models, but we're also like capturing the data at the same time so that we can, fine tune our own open source models in future. But not enough people are doing this at the moment. We just need to kind of make that easy for people, I think.
And do you also mean like human networks of agents?
Yeah, let's say you start a marketplace or a social network. You don't have users, it's hard to attract the first users. Yeah, sorry, I will repeat for the... So yeah, let's say social networks or marketplaces like Fiverr. If you want to launch this kind of products, you have a cold start problem in terms of initiating the network. And I find it quite interesting to think of a world where you have like 20 billion agents that are there and that can help you, that you can just turn on and start a new network and then bring more humans. And so I'm curious if you guys have been thinking about this and
Yeah, I think the work we're doing together on the OLS Predict, which was referenced a couple of times, is still like fully synthetic economy, right? There's like no one actually, like, to my knowledge, maybe actually really consuming these markets as an input right now, because like you first need them to be reliably good, like for 99% of the time, right? And so the great thing is that this also touches on Richard's point, like you can start with synthetic use cases where basically incentives come from the network emissions. That's exactly what this OLS staking also does. You basically create a bunch of, in this case, like 3 different types of agents. Some create markets, some trade in markets, and some make these predictions. You generate a whole bunch of synthetic data, which can then become part of a larger training and feedback mechanism as well, and you're creating these prediction markets. So it's actually a fantastic area for synthetic, like both the use case and the data, and then sort of slowly bring in the human element. So for instance, DAO governance is one of the things.
I just want to add that it is a synthetic use case, but it's still anchored in the real world, because it's still based on what is actually happening in the real world, on real world events, and so you are not just optimizing for your, I don't know, kind of gameplay within in a completely synthetic world. You're still optimizing for understanding the real world, or being able to, predict or act in the real world.
Yeah, so some demand side is synthetic, and then it's about like swapping in demand side, and I think that's where the governance case we were covering a lot of times, like specifically, like you're in some DAO, and some of these governated decision-making examples, they're actually non-trivial, right? Like even like humans really struggle, and then that's where maybe prediction markets can complement them as an example.
I'm curious if any of you have thoughts on optimal design of multi-agent systems or AI-augmented Dow structures that would best serve scientific discovery beyond just prediction, so more into the realm of, let's say, simulation-based studies, computational modeling, theory building. Yeah, if it's something you can kind of lift and shift from prediction markets, or does it require a very different type of incentive structure?
Richard, I'm sure, has a lot of thoughts there. Incentive structure, that's exactly what we do with this OLS staking proof of active agent. Like you define KPIs for a new use case, deploy the contract, get the incentives. But obviously the agents aren't generic enough yet. I do, anyone who's run a long chain agent, AutoGPT and so on, the convergence issue is real there, it'll go off. But what you can do well is these simulacra and like porting them over on such an incentive structure, and then we're cooking. So that's how I see it.
I think this is the holy grail, and this is what I want to end up doing at NAPTA eventually. Is like I saw this this autonomous science loop like 10 years ago, and I thought about how can we do that with AI agents. So yeah, I think like innovation is a really hard thing, but if you break innovation down into steps, like it's ultimately just data processing, right? So can we have these agents that are scraping a lot of data, maybe processing it into knowledge graphs, or extracting entities, generating summaries. I think that's how we start off with that. Obviously, like making big breakthroughs is like really hard thing to do, and we don't know if LLMs can even do it yet. But we know for sure that LLMs are like really good at processing data and generating more processed forms of data. So that's where we want to start.
Just one thing to add on knowledge graphs is I think that in order to make really interesting scientific discoveries, we have to apply a symbolic approach as well as the statistical approaches. So like trying to find causal models and explainable models is going to be a big breakthrough once we can go just beyond the statistical models and LLMs.
Just one last point. I think that's the one nice part of the crypto AI intersection. I think we had someone from BitTensor speak earlier. You basically like just have like emissions right there, and then like lots of things happen. Obviously, there's other ways to do that, but it's without stacking, it's a bit similar. Like you create incentives for different type of agent architectures to emerge, because ultimately what you want is that these agent architectures are as open-ended and as dynamic as they can be.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I have the pleasure to welcome Holly and Matt from Spawning AI. Where are we? Sorry, my phone just died. And we are going to talk about training AI with data provenance. You have both mics. Going to be okay? Yeah. Great.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So we thought it would be fun to start with some art and then move into other stuff. And we're going to share.
Do you need a table or something? Or are you?
No, it's good.
Okay.
It's covering my belly in a great way. Yeah, so we thought we'd start with some art and some stuff to show, and then move over to some of the more infrastructural work that we're doing at Spawning. So Holly, I don't know if you want to...
My name's Holly Herndon. I'm an artist and co-founder of Spawning.
Yep, and same, I'm Matt, Holly's husband and co-founder of Spawning, and we work on art stuff together. I guess the interesting thing in this context is we've been working with machine learning for quite a while, like pre-hype, and thinking about this issue of data attribution, provenance, so on for quite some time. Hello, Trent. For quite some time, which I think nicely.
Since 2016, to be specific.
Yeah, so it nicely kind of segues into some of the infrastructural work we're doing right now, but maybe, Holly, you want to give a bit of context on what this slide is?
So we released an album called Proto that you can see the album cover in the corner there in 2019, but of course albums take several, or at least take us several years to make. So we were really excited to work with machine learning for this album. It felt like a really exciting time when a lot of code was being released and in the audio space, it was still really rudimentary. So we'll play you an audio example of what some of the output sounded like at the time, and you can kind of A/B that with what it sounds like today, because it sounded really crazy back then. But it became really clear to us that it matters very much what you train your models on, because the output is obviously a reflection of the input. So we put together an ensemble where everyone could opt in and contribute to training this entity that we called Spawn, who was one of our ensemble members. You can see the cute little purple computer on the piano. Joined the ensemble. Yeah, so it became really clear early on and kind of informed the rest of the practice that we've been working with machine learning since then, to really focus on where the data is coming from.
And so we have to turn our mic off when I play audio, so mic off.
I recently played that clip for Ezra Klein, and he was like, "So why use AI if that's the output?" I was like, "No, it was really important that we train our own models and that we learn how these systems work."
Yeah, so for context, as Holly put it, like the data provenance issue was the clearest issue, right? The first question you had to ask when you trained a model back then was, what data do you use? You have the same question today, and it was like, oh, that's going to be a really big deal, right? Because you're left with this kind of question of whether to train it on Michael Jackson and provoke a lawsuit and get some press, or do the hard thing, which is actually the more interesting bespoke thing, right? Which is to put together a training ensemble, which we did, to train specifically on their voices. They have their consent. We can then work with that model openly, and it's kind of ours. So for that period of time, from like 2016 to 2019, we did that, but we would also hold these kind of AI training ceremonies. We did some in Berlin. Oftentimes, hundreds of people. I mean, in this case, it's like over 1,000, surely. People singing in call and response to songs that we wrote. We then collected their voice and contributed to the corpus of that. So mic off. Do you want to talk about Holly Plus? Okay, so we were doing that work around about the time, and Holly, it's awkward for me to talk about it, but Holly in the intervening passage was doing her doctorate at Stanford.
It is weird, yeah, sorry, I'll talk about that. So, So I was researching at the time the kind of sovereignty of the voice. If you could make a model of the voice, what does that mean if then anyone else could use it for their own purposes? So looking at some of the legal precedents, like the Nancy Sinatra case, there's also a Bette Midler case and a Tom Waits case. These things have been making the rounds on Twitter recently because of the Scar Joe case, which I think is a little dubious, but anyways. So I was trying to think through what kind of systems could work for kind of governing a voice usage, and how could we find a way to allow other people to use our voice in a kind of playful way, so to not have such a restrictive IP regiment, but in a way that's also fairly compensated. So Matt and I came up with this idea for Holly Plus, where we released a model of my voice for anyone to use, and we decided to govern that through the Holly Plus DAO.
Yeah, exactly. And this formula of offering permissively a voice or a model for for an artist audience, and then dividing the proceeds of any derivative works made from that model going forward, is a formula that has since been kind of replicated in other contexts. But this will become kind of interesting, I think, when we start talking about some of the spawning work in a little bit. Okay, so Holly Plus has more life.
Yeah. So Holly Plus isn't just a single instrument. So it's a tool that you can use with a web interface. You can just kind of drop any audio file to make something through my voice. But there's also a real-time instrument that you can perform through in real time. So I did a TED Talk in 2022. Wow, that was 2 years ago. where where I presented this real-time system, and we can play a little clip from that where my friend Fur is singing through my voice in real time.
And with this microphone, you'll hear a live version of Holly Plus developed with Voxer Labs.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, and so then there's also an instrument, a Holly Plus instrument that can read scores. And so this is a video that we made with our friend Sam Rolfs, where I am covering Dolly Parton's Jolene. And so if you compare the audio here to the first sample that we played from the early days of Spawn, it's improved so much over the last 5 years. So he's wearing an avatar skin of me and performing me alongside the
Exactly.
video.
And so part of the idea, I mean, one of the reasons we're kind of going into this is to establish, we came up at the time with this idea of identity play, which is kind of a play on IP, right? Of being like, well, what is IP in an AI context? Identity play in this context allows for anyone to take on your identity in various ways. Voice is one modality to explore that, but there's many other ways you can explore that. It's probably a decent tee up for this project, which was actually this year.
Yeah, this was at the Whitney Biennial this year. X Harry Mutant X was our contribution to the show. And this is, yeah, kind of further delving into the realm of identity. So this is kind of, excuse me, looking into what the Holly Herndon embedding is on publicly used models. Do you want to explain this?
Yeah, sure. So one thing that's kind of interesting about Holly is she passes the threshold of notoriety to have a clip embedding, right? So
but I only get to be a haircut.
Yeah, exactly. So this is it. So you know, if you go on like Stable Diffusion or Midjourney or whatever, and you type Nike, or you know, it kind of knows what Nike is. Most of us mere mortals don't meet this threshold to be able to be prompted, right? But Holly does. And so we spent a lot of time analyzing. We actually did this an older project, like we put together what later became textual inversion to try and actually dive into the model to understand what the embedding actually was. And it turns out exactly Holly's a haircut, right? Elon Musk gets to be fully formed Musk because there's so much data about him, and then as you go down the gradient of kind of notoriety,
It's basically how many images there are on the internet.
You get to, so Holly's hair is like her. And so what we thought would be really fun, which someone was mentioning poisoning earlier, we've actually done some kind of poisoning work that we are including in here, but we came up with this concept of like cliche poisoning. So long story short, if you actually want to change an embedding inside a public model, poisoning is really difficult, even though very famous, kind of very celebrated projects that are, to my mind, misleading will advertise that you can poison quite easily. It's actually quite difficult. So one of the ideas we came up with was being like, well, once we know what the embedding seems to know about Holly, what if we give it more of what it thinks Holly is? Right, so you get to this point where, you know, all of a sudden Holly's embedding hypothetically, because there's been 10,000 plus images generated from people by this model, well, ultimately she'll become more and more of a haircut inside the model, because the haircut passes the gate, right?
And that's the great thing about all these images. We hosted this model through the Whitney website, and so all of these images that are generated from this project are hosted through the Whitney, and they have a higher ranking for kind of truthiness when these models are trained. So this is kind of like an official source of information.
Totally. Very, very appreciative that we can make jokes about embeddings in this room, by the way, because doing this in an art context is very difficult. But you kind of get the point, right? It's like thinking, actually, the kind of the purpose of this is to say, well, you know, if the original principle of the web was that you could be anyone online, why is it that with such an emphasis on like misinfo and truth, we aren't having a conversation about self-expression on the next substrate? substrate, which is the AI substrate? Do you get to determine who you are on the next internet, right? And so this was kind of a project to toy with that, of being like the freedom of movement that you have right now is these kind of like very obscure poisoning techniques that may or may not work by the time the next training cycle goes. But it's a bigger kind of philosophical question of being like, do you get to choose who you are in an AI world? Yeah. Do you maybe want to talk about this? Oh, God. Well, all this to say, actually, this is another project that you can look up online that I think is kind of fun on embeddings. All this is just to qualify that all the stuff we talk about next, where we find ourselves in this kind of like very unfashionable, as you would call it, sexy middle ground on IP concerns, is not coming from a place as artists who have a successful art career where we want to shut down AI stuff. We're very, very, very into AI stuff and quite knowledgeable about it. However, the premise for excuse me. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, I forgot about this. Anyway, okay, we'll keep going.
Wait, go back. You didn't talk about the ready weight.
Yeah, look it up online.
Well, no, I think the ready weight is a really great example of protocol art, and that's kind of how we frame the work that we do, because often I think it's, you know, you have this category of like media artists, and often people confuse the media for the art, which is your point, which is I think is so great, because it's really the whole thing around the art. It's the interaction, it's the kind of rule set, it's the software, it's everything. So I feel like the ready weight's like a perfect example of protocol art.
Perfect. Yeah. So anyway, so earlier this year we did an experiment about putting embeddings on chain. Right, so the idea there is that we created an original sculpture. What is an original sculpture? It's quite difficult. Then scanned the sculpture, ran like textual inversion techniques on there to try and discover where the sculpture exists in a model like Stable Diffusion, and then release those embeddings, right, alongside with Allura on chain. So you can basically, anyone then at that point in time is free to take the artwork that we make and make new art with it.
So it's
right?
very similar to Holly Plus in that way. We're kind of acknowledging that it's not about the single gesture or the single piece of media. It's about creating a kind of toolkit where people can interact with your world and create kind of infinite generations from whatever original seed or germ that you're providing.
Oh, and it moves. So yeah, the last thing to say on this kind of art context before I went into my spiel is, you know, we have an exhibition coming up with Serpentine Gallery in London in October. I could recommend checking out. It's going to be a lot. We're doing a lot of model training. There's like 3 papers. There's like 4 models. There's a book. It's a whole thing. But perhaps the most interesting thing for this context is we're piloting this idea of a data trust, which is not a new idea. There's been a lot of people come and gone. But we're doing that by going around the UK training with a bunch of choirs. You might want to explain what this is.
Yeah, so we wrote a training songbook that kind of covers all of the phonemes in the English language. We chose hymns because they're really easy for people to kind of jump into and pick up, but there's a lot of improvisation written into the score so each group can capture their own sound. And basically we're going all around the UK to record 15 different kind of local choirs and their interpretation of the songbook, and we're creating a data set out of that. Out of all of those recordings, and that will be managed by the data trust and the data trustee that we hired for this kind of experimental role.
Exactly. So all this to say, like the next stuff that we're talking about, here we go, is qualified by a real interest in this for artists and a real kind of optimism as to where this goes, and also kind of a lot of like experimentation along the way of just seeing what things are kind of feasible. So last year, with the help of C Club, we put together this organization, Spawning.
That was 2 years ago.
Oh my God. No, it wasn't. Was it? Oh, Jesus.
It was right after. It was right after TED, which was 2 years ago.
Yeah,
so
it was. You're right.
It was before Link was born.
Yeah. Well, here's the kicker. We had a child, so time is abstract to me now. But yeah, so Spawning, the idea comes from a word that we coined. Basically, when people talk about generative AI, they like to create allusions to sampling, right? And we're like, you know, that word doesn't quite capture it, right? Like sampling is a one-to-one reproduction of something. If you sample David Bowie's voice, you can then pitch it up, or you can pitch it down, or you can place it in a new context. Those degrees of movement actually allow you to do a lot of really cool stuff. But spawning, in our mind, was kind of like a corollary to sampling in this context. We're like, no, here you can take, you know, a training set of David Bowie's voice, you can do what the hell you want with it, right? It's like, this is a whole new bag that we're contextualizing through these kind of piracy wars of the 90s or whatever, which seems like a limiter, particularly a limiter to people's imagination. Do you want to talk about, have I been trained a little bit? Okay, cool. So the first thing we did with spawning, so there's originally a founding group of 4 that's expanded since then, is we put together the site Have I Been Trained, haveibeentrained.com. It's of course a pun on Have I Been Pwned. Right, at the time we were giving people a way to semantically search through Lion 5B just to see if they're inside the Lion 5B training set, which may be outmoded by now, but at the time that's what everyone was really upset about, right? Is like most of these models were being trained on the Lion 5B dataset, so we're like, okay, to increase kind of legibility on this, it's really useful to provide people with a tool. The next step from there was to be like, well, okay, if people find themselves in the data set, what if we gave them the opportunity to opt out, right? What if we said, you found yourself in there, do you want to be in there? There's billions of images here. You can train perfectly good images. You can train, we argued you could train perfectly good models without having anyone in there who didn't want to be in there. So as a result, we collected, we built like an API and a very kind of like model trainer focused piece of infrastructure that made it as easy as possible to register an opt-out and as easy as possible to strip them from your training process. And to date, we've collected about 2 billion individual opt-outs, and that's in the image modality, but this scales to everything else.
And you would think, like, some people were kind of outraged that they found themselves in these training sets, but I think a lot of people went in there and then were surprised that they weren't actually included. And so in a way, it was also just like a public service announcement that, you know, some of the kind of headlines that I'm sure we're all, you know, eye-rolling about just are a little bit misleading as to what's actually being used in these models.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of, again, the sober diplomatic turn that we're taking in a way, which is, again, a very unfashionable middle ground, because you have the fair use people on the one side, right? And I hear that argument.
It's the worst position to take for Twitter, because you're not on either side of a war. You're just like, hey guys, there's a way everyone can win, and it's like, nobody wants to hear that.
Right. But it's probably closer to the truth, in my opinion, right? And so one of the reasons we kind of zeroed in on the opt-out is that kind of old law from 2017 in the EU said, hey, look, guys, everything here is fair use. If you're a public institution, everything's fair use, full deal. But if you're a commercial institution, you actually have to adhere to a machine-readable opt-out from the rights holder if they did it in a way that is specific to AI. Right? So lo and behold, loads of drama. Does a robots.txt mean it's a machine-readable opt-out? Turns out not. It has to be like an explicit mark of consent to say, I know that AI training is happening and I don't want to be a part of it, right? And so the opt-out that we built was one part that we felt was kind of a useful contribution to this. It's open, nobody's getting charged for anything. We also built this thing called AI.text, which I personally think, and it's been kind of verified, and hopefully there'll be some more news about this soon, as kind of like a very, very robust standard going forward for this kind of consent mechanism, largely because, for those in the room who are familiar with robots.txt, right, robots.txt was like kind of the consensus that everyone came to of like, do you want your site to be indexed on the web, right? Do you want this stuff to be indexable? When people in the AI industry have kind of debated these things, one thing that they kind of missed that is very distinct or a new problem is that, hey CJ, is that robots.txt works at the time of scraping, right? So you could hypothetically be hoovered up into a data set that's hosted on Hugging Face, who we partner with and who are wonderful, and then 6 months later someone could train an AI model. If in that period of time you changed your mind, you're out of luck. And so we built this AI.text protocol that's open, anyone can use it, to work at time of training. So right, so the point where you're actually training your model, you can use, we have a thing called data diligence, it's like an API, to pass that data through, and we'll just strip anything up to the minute, basically, or probably closer to up to the 10 minutes, of people's actual consent claims. Why we think this is kind of important is that it's, again, this happy middle ground. If you're an artist or an organization who really, really wants to use your data for something, you should have the right to remove it from a data set so that you can use it exclusively. But most other people will probably be fine about it, right? So the opt-out, we feel, is like a nice diplomatic middle ground that happens to have regulatory precedent. Yeah, maybe. Go ahead. Oh, sure. Okay, I'll just keep ranting about this. So this idea, basically, that we discussed earlier of, you know, encouraging artists and people to fine-tune models, encouraging them to share those models. The next question that we were asking ourselves with spawning was, how would we do this in a regulatory compliant way? So for example, for those who maybe care about this, you know, with the AI Act recently, the EU kind of reinforced their commitment to the opt-out, which, whatever you think about it, is kind of the law as things stand. And so we're like, actually, the good news is, at least in the image domain space, you can now train really, really competitive models on much less data. So you're talking about the difference between like 5 billion images to like 15 million images. And it turns out everybody kind of was arguing this. We've been arguing this from the beginning. You know, the curation of the data is the most important thing, right? This kind of approach of going to Lion and like scraping the entire web is actually in a way kind of a liability. And so this reinforces, we think, our argument from the beginning, which is to say that you can have a really, really wonderful model and respect the people's wishes who really want their data to be exclusive, and everyone can be happy, which that situation has changed in the past couple of years. It really wasn't that conceivable 2 years ago. So yeah, last week we launched this thing, Source Plus, which is kind of data governance, curation, compliance, and enrichment. And we launched it with 200 terabytes of public domain data. So we feel it's kind of the best public domain data set for image models, and we're currently actually training an image model in this universe. The benefit being is that with a public domain base model, anyone who fine-tunes that on their artwork, their organizational stuff, we can tell you straight away that you're fully compliant. You haven't got to cover your ass, you haven't got to worry about where this is going.
And then artists can also fine-tune on top of that. So then you can kind of create an economy on top of that where you know that you're not stealing from other people, but you're also, you know, able to monetize your own work.
Exactly. So we're, again, taking this kind of like long path round, because of course you've been able to fine-tune for a while, but we feel like this is actually a kind of, there's a couple of pieces of infrastructure here that are actually quite necessary. The one being this kind of public domain data. We're looking for more data in other modalities at the moment to be able to offer the same thing. And then on top of that, in a couple of months, what we're launching are methods to enrich data through bespoke classifiers. So for example, all the compliance stuff that is really a pain, like, you know, PII. There are like open source classifiers that allow for you to do this kind of stuff, but nothing that's crazy robust, and also nothing that is super reliable. So the goal ultimately is that a model trainer can come through to Source Plus, they can pass whatever their proprietary or non-proprietary data set is through our classifier system and return a better curated and a certifiably compliant data set, at least a best effort certifiably compliant data set by EU standards. We're not saying this out of nowhere. I've been to Brussels many times. I've consulted with the European Commission multiple times. The whole exercise of that, there's also Colin who works at Spawning who's doing this work regularly. The whole exercise of this is to basically get a temperature check to be like, what are the conditions that can allow for people to go forth and experiment with models with as little concern as possible, right? And it turns out that it might look a bit like this. Simultaneously, also the same classifiers that we might be building for model trainers would also be kind of useful for data providers, right? If you have like a huge, a huge amount of data, we can actually filter through that and see what might actually be valuable in these contexts. So the basic principle, which is at the bottom here, is like from the beginning we've argued we can do this the right way without pissing off a ton of people, and ultimately make models better in the process. And the key to that is this insight that more people are coming to, that it's all in the curation of data. That's the, and Trent's probably been arguing this for 10 years, to be quite honest. So, yeah.
Do we have any time for questions?
Well, I'll finish this.
Oh, sorry.
So the argument ultimately is we need to reconsider IP. We need to do this in a universal, open standard way as public goods. Everything we've done thus far has been open and intentionally so. Or more than enough data, organizing is the challenge. And we're exploring options to parallel this work on chain. We haven't started, I mean, we're both very open to crypto and have a long engagement with it, but we haven't started in that domain because that really wasn't where the action was happening in kind of this real-time way. But of course, there's a lot of benefits to the permanency of the archive there. Yeah. So no.
Any questions? Oh, okay.
Sounds great. Thank you. Thank you. In which case you can really ask us anything if it's not going to be broadcast. That sounds great.
I guess you don't need the mic. Yeah. As long as everyone...
As a human being, like your experience, how your experience has shifted with like the back propagation of this idea of the haircut being the embedding. Like how has that affected your way of relating to it?
Yeah, I mean, it is a weird feeling to kind of see yourself as a pastiche of yourself, or to kind of understand that, in a way, it's even beyond the AI conversation. It's just like everyone leads really busy lives, and so everyone kind of becomes just kind of, what was Ben Singleton saying? Like every artist becomes just like a keyword or a tag for some like stance or some.
It's compression. That's the interesting analogy. It's like you're compressing data into embedding. Oh no, it's. Oh, I thought we weren't streaming anymore. But yeah, it's compression, and it is this kind of like astronaut meme, right? Where like you start looking at it like, whoa, maybe that's what celebrity is anyway, right? It's like, and you do find that over time, like when you go on TikTok or whatever, like people, you know, the haircuts are getting louder. It's like people are looking more machine legible by the year, and it's no surprise because it's a compression.
Yeah, I mean, we contort ourselves to the algorithm anyway, so it's just kind of an extension of that. But there certainly was a moment where I was like, ooh, I could make myself look like anything in this model? Maybe. And then it's like, oh no, I'm going to make myself into like a monstrous haircut. Okay. But it was a little tempting at first to make something more glamorous.
So when you talked about cleaner attribution for artists and organizations, I took that to be more at the level of sort of like the economic value of the training data set. But then what happens when certain artists' data gets used more than others at the inference stage, or when there's like synthetic data generated from this model? How do you possibly tackle that attribution problem?
Totally. And actually, two sides. That attribution problem, if you're talking about, let's say, a stable diffusion, there's some people who tried to do this. I think the Chroma guys tried to do this, where they were trying to do this thing called stable attribution. And what they were doing is like clip similarity on outputs from stable diffusion, and then they compared that to Lion and were like, well, there's a 32.1567% chance it belongs to this person. That is super lossy and like unreliable, and also bad precedent to look at the ScarJo situation this week, right? Like you don't want to be setting precedent of being like, that output sounds a little bit to me like this, let's go to court, right? Like that's a terrible way of doing it. Our argument with the attribution is more to say, if you have a public domain base model, which you have fine-tuned on your music, you are due 100% of the profits from that music, from those outputs, right? Which I would also argue, which is thinking a bit further, on the regulatory side of things, we currently don't have a concept for what a model is, right? Or who it belongs to. We're still thinking in the domain of like, can you copyright an image from a model? It's like, no, we need to think way further. Your agent or your surrogate in this particular context is you, right? So if a model trained on me, God knows why anyone would want to do that, but like, if the model trained on me had an economic output, I should have some right or some claim to that economic output. And again, there you have consent, provenance baked into this idea that's very pro-AI, right? And I actually think it needs to go there ultimately, because I was talking to someone about this yesterday. The other challenge is the inverse of that problem. If we don't figure out this, then someone comes out and says, well, fine, you want to treat training as fair use, all model outputs are fair use too. Good luck making a living from it, right? So the answer is actually that annoying, complicated middle ground that I think we'll actually get to with these ideas of like, you have a base model that's non-infringing entirely, so if I fine-tune that, it's mine, period.
We have a question here. Who is the next one? Okay. So I wanted to ask Nima here. Where is a good place to start? Like, I don't think we'll succeed at putting everything on chain, or at least making them compliant. Are there areas within crypto that people are friendly to your ideas?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say to give credit, there's a lot of precedent here, right? Like Ocean was doing a lot of this work and has been doing a lot of this work for years. The real challenge I find with the crypto situation is that, you know, in crypto generally people are used to building really bespoke, wonderful solutions to situations, and then there's the chaotic world, right? And so this kind of rise in the past couple of years of, you know, the GPT models all of a sudden reaching liftoff and being what everybody was talking about all over the world, you know, we're having to be pragmatic, kind of like acting in there and being like, everyone has, I mean, a lot of people I've spoken to, even on the regulatory side, to be quite honest, don't blink when you say the future of this is likely on chain. You know, it's not even controversial. It's just that the tooling isn't quite there and the public isn't quite there, right? And so our approach to it really has been to see it in parallel. Like we're not like a partisan, you know, we're not a partisan group on this. It's like the tools are really useful in this domain, probably make a lot of sense to work in parallel to tools over here, but ultimately our goal is to like serve everybody.
I think some of the issues that we came across when we were doing the Holly Plus project, because that one was pretty early and we were really interested in doing kind of governance using crypto tools, is like we were struggling with profit splits, automated profit splits, things like that. That kind of infrastructure just wasn't really there yet, and I think that kind of stuff will be very useful. I'm curious what the state of the art, if that is now. I haven't really checked in recently. But a lot of the kind of, I mean, my favorite part of the crypto world is all of the governance nerd stuff. And that stuff is so applicable to the data trust model and kind of co-owning data with people that you don't know, that you can kind of, you know, collectivize around and yeah, profit from together. So I would like to see more governance tools built.
Hello.
I had the experience last year. I don't know, whenever Have I Been Trained came out, I put a picture of my face in it, and it turned back images of a friend of mine, which was like, I think I tagged one of you or both of you on Twitter about it, because I was like, is there some way that the data set could have known who I was, and like me and this person follow each other on Instagram, so it like prioritized her face, but it sounds like not. And I think about that experience all the time because I'm like, what does that tell me about attribution? Or what does it make me question about attribution if like my face is not even like verifiably mine? I don't know, it's kind of horrifying, but.
It's a great point, right? If I take 200 pictures of you today, do I have the data rights to that in this wonderfully consented context? Great question,
yeah.
Right? I mean, fortunately, bots are going to be useful for that, right? I mean, in much the same way that I imagine like Apple's doing so much work on voice, there's probably going to be a registry somewhere where you're like, that's your voice, right? Like, but it's a good point. I mean, the conversation becomes far easier to tell when you're talking about like illustrators, and then when you start talking about like media writ large, I mean, it sounds to me like a crazy coincidence what happened. I can think of some like conspiracies as to why it might have happened, but the point stands.
Yeah, I think like maybe what I think about like why it keeps coming up in my head is that like, to your point of why like copyright claims are kind of like an outdated way to govern any of this. It's like we are so much more, I can think that I am a completely unique person, but actually I am 100% influenced by the people in my network. And I mean, this is going a little bit in the weeds on like who that person is, but she is a very like third connection to me. Like we don't live in the same city. I know her through a friend of a friend. We have met in person several times, but like she's not somebody I see or talk to every day. So like that's who I think of, you know, when you start to like develop the same habits or mannerisms as your friends. It's not that. It's somebody who's like way more diffused from my everyday life, and I think that's so fascinating that it's not just like, oh, maybe me and this person should like start a DAO to govern our likeness. It's like so much more than that. We're like influenced by this like much wider net than I think we can acknowledge. Anyway.
Totally, yeah. And I mean, you can imagine in the case of like facial stuff, you can imagine a scenario, you can imagine a scenario quite easily where it's like, we do this with like the PII. It's like we can find a social security number, so we can find your face and strip it from there and be like, are you cool with this? That most likely is quite easy to do. But I think the more interesting stuff long term is being like, kind of what we were talking about with the Whitney project, is just like, you know, what does it mean to have an identity in this substrate? There's a ton you can do there, right? Like, I mean, people are using natural language. Like, I'm fine with my, you know, I'm fine with my face being used. I just never want it. I never want to be photographed at night, or you know, like there's all kind of like context you can build around IP, which is again the kind of good news, where like the very kind of pro copyright argument against us will bash us over the head sometimes. I'm like, no, you guys don't realize, like, there's if you're into consent, there's so much more you can do in this context than you ever could do with a CD, you know. Yeah, and it's really just a matter of balance. But I think, yeah, right now it sounds more abstract, and in 5 or 6 years, I mean, we joke about it's like, you know, an embedding in a model is a social profile that you don't control, right? That's the end game for this, and it's like everyone's going to be interested in how they appear, and it'll probably be insufferable. But those tools need to exist.
Hey, thanks so much. It's so inspiring to hear your work always. I'm curious about the policy work that you've been doing, and when you're sitting at the roundtable, the EU Commission, for example, is there, if any, pushback that you are met with?
Not really.
That's
I mean,
reassuring.
without overstepping, not really. I think that the AI Act confirming the opt-out spoke volumes. Regulators are in a really, really difficult position with this, because on the one hand, they want to be encouraging of innovation. They don't want to like lose out on the next big wave of commerce and business activity, and they're right to do that. It's kind of their duty to be stewards in that way. On the other hand, you have large rights holders organizations who I think are rightfully concerned about what it means for a unnamed, really large music AI company that just raised a bunch of money to basically take all of Universal Music, train on it. You know, they're concerned about that, and I think they have good qualification to be concerned about it. So this is again why we end up falling to the opt-out, and why I think the opt-out precedent in the EU will likely be mirrored elsewhere, is it falls in that middle ground. There are critics of it very loudly on my Twitter feed, but and they're not wrong per se in an ideal world, but in this world, it's actually a fairly progressive, fairly decent, fairly practicable way of addressing this, and I think that the regulators, that's why they didn't change their direction. They saw the value in it.
Next question? Maybe you are done? Okay. Should we wrap up the session? We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Holly and Matt. And then we will have our last talk of the day with Andres from Qualia. I definitely encourage you to attend.
Testing, testing. Hello, hello everybody. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, yeah, let's get started. I'm gonna put a timer so I don't run out of time. Boom, okay, so everybody, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We are gonna talk about the nature of subagentic structures. Okay, so a little bit of an introduction. I am the current president, co-founder of the Qualia Research Institute. You know, like we do what we say on the tin, you know, essentially we do consciousness research and, you know, you may ask, you know, yourself something like, okay, how can a tiny nonprofit studying consciousness, how will that cash out into anything useful, you know, within a reasonable time frame? So this presentation is really kind of the result of a lot of, you know, research, a lot of speculation as well, but the point is that it's gonna be useful for you guys. Why? It's gonna be tackling something that is relevant for decentralized intelligence systems. And why? Because we can get inspiration from something that we know is a sort of decentralized intelligence system, which is us, you know, humans, right? Like the problem of aligning, decentralized intelligences, in some sense is kind of solved by biology, not quite, you know, because we do have, you know, schizophrenia, psychosis, you know, addiction, all sorts of things that are, okay, like internal misalignment, but the promise of the possibility of getting inspiration from kind of like our natural alignment is very powerful, I think. So as a matter of introduction, yes, we are sort of like this, right? Like we're actually made of a lot of little, quasi-autonomous subagents. This particular therapy, you know, internal family systems, has been gaining a lot of popularity. You know, most recently, Scott Alexander wrote this review of the others within us. If you look into kind of like psychedelic coaching and psychedelic therapy, there's been some studies asking therapists, you know, underground psychedelic therapies, what kind of therapy modality they use. And what we find is that, okay, the #1 most popular, you know, therapy for psychedelic work is a somatic therapy, you know, very based on the body. But the second most popular one is internal family systems. Now, I am not an expert in internal family systems. For me, it's kind of too fuzzy and magical. You know, I want something else, something where you can actually, you know, open up and get like a read of the system on many levels. Okay, the computational level, the algorithmic level, the implementation level. So hence, you know, I wrote this article recently, aligning DMT entities, shards, Shoggoths, and Waluigis. I published on Qualia Computing. You know, this is in the time of when Sydney of Bing was going completely batshit insane. You know, we're talking about, you're literally talking to a search engine, right? And it says like, you know, you can't hurt me, Sydney, but yeah, this is enough information to hurt you. I can use it to expose you and blackmail you and manipulate you and destroy you. I can use it to make you lose your friends and family and job and reputation. And I can use it to make you suffer and cry and beg and die. And it's like, this is a search engine, okay? What is going on in here, right? Okay, so we don't want this kind of like failure modes in our, you know, decentralized collective intelligences. We've got to figure out like what happened there and how do we fix it? Well, okay, so very basic for all of you guys, but it's very worth remembering, you know, something like GPT is based, you know, like the core idea, the core technology is a next token predictor. You know, it's, okay, you have this context, what is the most likely next piece of information that is gonna complete it? Of course, that is extremely based on the data set, right? I'm gonna kind of like explain down the line some of kind of the suggestions for how to align these rogue, you know, Sydneys and things like that. Now, what is kind of like the connection with us, you know, perception? Okay, like in language, sure, Maybe we have some kind of like predictive engine that is very significant for how we talk. But this is also the case in perception, right? Like this paradigm, semi-supervised learning in painting, in machine learning, right? Is like, given a particular context, a particular kind of like region of an image, what is the most likely completion of that image? I think that is like a absolutely essential kind of like algorithm, computational property of our kind of like conscious system is like we're fine-tuned to do kind of like auto-completions. Like what is the most likely missing data given what I know? I would claim that just based on this one very simple principle, we can explain so many things, from psychopathology to, ecstasy to, like interpersonal problems. This is another image. In the realm of perception, you can kind of think of it as we have a system that is trying to find all of kind of like the compatible representations or gestalts for a particular sensory input. But then you also have a system that is trying to find in what way those gestalts are compatible with the ones that I know of, the ones that I suspect, my priors and other gestalts. And it is kind of like this very peculiar process where before you kind of like try to make a comparison with all of the other gestalts, you kind of experience a state of superposition of kind of like everything that is compatible with the sensory input, you kind of experience it all at once. But then once you add the constraints of what you know and the other information, then it collapses. This is quite, much more radical in a psychedelic state. You experience kind of these holographic-like patterns. And if you introspect on them, you realize that by paying attention to them and kind of like finding interpretations and making them consistent with the rest of the gestalts, you're going to collapse them. You're collapsing interpretations by paying attention to them. And in that way, you're kind of solving this in-painting algorithm problem. Now, the full story, I'm not going to tell it here because it's very long. I have presentations and articles online, but is this framework that we call psychedelic thermodynamics, broadly speaking. This kind of like this propagation of ambiguity within the system uses, energy gradients, and it uses energy sinks and sources. It's a somewhat complicated system, but ultimately it has a lot of explanatory power. I'm just kind of like pointing you to this if you kind of like want to dig deeper. Okay, now, how does this cash out into agents, right? Like, why are we made of sub-agents in a way? Well, the reason is that the world is full of agents, right? Like, if I want to predict, the next kind of like frame in my experience or a part of the visual field that I don't have access to, that contains some agents, kind of like pursuing goals and gathering information and making alliances, I have on some level to simulate those agents inside me, right? So, to a first approximation, you can think of this as, Mr. Mystics that your mind kind of builds on the fly in order to minimize prediction errors, to a first approximation. That's kind of a good description. So here, from the article, it's like, hey, I'm Mr. Mystics. I see your grandmother is emotionally abusive. I'll pretend to be her inside your mind so that you can predict what she will do next and thus avoid getting harmed. Let me know when she's gone so I can go puff. Even the most kind of like outrageous, horrible, demonic internal sub-agents, from a certain perspective, they're just trying to help you. They are harsh, they are unforgiving, they are punishing. Why? Because your system is predicting that your environment is like that, right? So in some sense, they're kind of like doing you a favor. They're protecting you from harm from the environment. In some sense, it's kind of like an interesting plot twist, right? It's like they were actually on your side all along, but it really doesn't feel like that because it can't feel like that because otherwise you're gonna, do something like ignore them, right? But if dangers are very real, you actually require kind of these like adversarial sub-agents inside you. The problem, though, is that they linger, right? So I think a lot of therapy has to do with figuring out how to convince your system that you're not actually in danger anymore, right? You can let go of these sub-agents. And I'm going to come back a little bit into like some techniques to do that. Okay, very schematically from this fantastic blog, Melting Asphalt. He's also a collaborator with Robin Hanson. He has like, this very beautiful article on kind of like rogue sub-agents. And it emphasizes kind of like the hierarchical structure of how like, small desires aggregate and they coalesce and they form larger desires until eventually, yeah, you have a sense of self. But the sense of self can be very controlling, and sometimes, rogue desires kind of start to conspire with each other until eventually, yeah, they might try to overthrow the system, right? So I think it's very generative to think of it in that way. Now, as I said, what we want is actually to kind of like open up the system and see it at the gear level, see the computational level, seeing the algorithmic level, seeing the implementation level, really understand it fully. Here is where something quite uniquely QRI, Quality Research Institute, comes into play, which is implementation level details of kind of these like hierarchical sub-agentic architecture. Very famously, yeah, Robin Carhart-Harris and Carl Friston, yeah, presented this model for psychedelic, a model of psychedelic action they call REBUS, reduced beliefs under psychedelics. And they talk about essentially what, in statistics is called a probabilistic graphical model, and then annealing with it, which is, okay, yeah, if you get stuck in a particular model of the world, why is it that on a psychedelic sometimes you can actually update, update very deeply? And one way to think about it is that they enhance what is called message passing. It raises the temperature, increases the amount of kind of interactions between these like sub-models, and it allows you to essentially propagate information that was like stuck in some part of the system. Now, this is a computational level explanation of what is going on. Something that is missing there is actually how this is implemented. What kind of like principles of physics are coming into play to make this happen. And what we postulate at QRI is that the implementation level, of this probabilistic graphical model is based on a resonance network. That you actually have a hierarchical organization of resonances of different spatial and temporal frequencies. They communicate via cross-frequency coupling, and annealing in that world has quite a different meaning. But also, by looking at that implementation, you get a lot of information about how these sub-agents would actually work. In particular, you can arrive at the conclusion that competing clusters of coherence may underlie kind of like sub-agentic organizations. In other words, it's not just that, well, this patch of the system is compatible within itself, but not compatible with that part. It's more that at the implementation level, the coherence between sub-agents, coherence between these sub-modules, different spatial and temporal resonances, happens literally with cross-frequency coupling. And okay, let me give you an analogy for kind of like how this cashes out, for example, as an explanatory framework for the vast difference between DMT and 5-MeO-DMT. I know I'm going into the deep end. These are some of the most powerful substances out there. But even though they're like both tryptamines and they're very similar chemically, they have profoundly different effects, both in phenomenology as well as in one kind of sub-agents they facilitate or give rise to or they promote. So 5-MeO-DMT is very often described as kind of the God molecule. It's kind of like a drug that gives you this very powerful experience of oneness. DMT, on the other hand, is often described as kind of an ecosystem, the spirit world. You meet a lot of entities. It's a very complex and rich universe. Okay, so let me give you a very simple explanation for why you can get such radically different phenomenology and subagentic structures with just a molecule that is like very, very similar to each other, the pair of molecules. So if you have 10 clocks on a wall, one of those like pendulum clocks, if they're close by physically, after a little bit, they're going to synchronize. The reason is that they share vibrations through the wall. As a consequence, the main attractor of the whole system is kind of this global coherence. Now, what happens if you have 10,000 clocks in a row? Well, empirically, and also you can make simulations for these, they never synchronize. Maybe what you will see is like traveling waves of synchrony or spontaneous kind of like clusters of synchrony, but overall, they're just not sufficiently connected for kind of like having the capacity to coordinate and actually synchronize. Now, what happens if you start adding connections to that system? Well, there's going to be two phase transitions. The first phase transition is where every clock is synchronized with some other clocks. That is what we could call competing clusters of coherence. In other words, every clock is part of some coalition, but the system is not sufficiently unified so that you get actually one global coalition. Now, if you make it even more interconnected, you add more random edges in that system, then you will arrive at another phase transition, which is called global coherence, where like literally the whole system collapses into just one resonance or one pattern of coherence, more generally. In other words, DMT makes your brain more interconnected, we could say. It reduces the average synaptic path length between neurons. And as a consequence, it pushes you to the first attractor. Everything is in resonance with something else, but nothing is in resonance with the whole system. Whereas 5-MeO-DMT, we postulate, actually pushes you to the actual extreme or the attractor. Would you mind closing the door? Just a little bit of audio distract. Yeah. Whereas 5-MeO-DMT actually brings you to the global coherence attractor. And the phenomenology is remarkably different. On DMT, you get kind of it's not only just sub-agents, it's not only like entities, it's also the phenomenology, right? Like you see like symmetries, but there are different symmetries and they're kind of competing for your attention. Whereas, something like 5-MeO-DMT, you have this complete coherence. It's like empty space or pure light or a sense of universal oneness or something like that. Again, very, very simple difference. It's a difference in degree that cashes out into a difference of kind, right? Like competing clusters of coherence versus global coherence. An important note, though, is that in the world of global coherence, there is a very important failure mode, which is when it doesn't actually coalesce into just one global coherence. One of the worst states you could actually be in, both societally, internally, is when you have two very large competing clusters of coherence, because that maximizes the dissonance between them. One point I will also mention is that within our model, this resonance network is not really, it's not fundamentally reducing prediction error. It's actually reducing something else, which is out-of-phase interactions between the oscillators. But what we argue is that a properly wired system of oscillators, such as like, this hierarchical architecture with sensor input and internal representations, simply by trying to reduce the out-of-phase interactions, will, as a consequence, minimize prediction error. We don't believe, for example, that, the moment you have a prediction, prediction error minimization algorithm, you have consciousness or anything of the sort. Absolutely not. You actually need kind of like this basic resonance network. And there's many ways of creating, a prediction error minimizer that we believe are definitely not conscious. So it's kind of like an important conceptual clarification. Okay, but diving deeper into the implementation, this is very important for example, understanding meditation, understanding, what is a good psychedelic experience, what kind of internal family system would actually be good. And that is that these clusters of coherence have texture. They have a particular way in which they feel like. We have a paradigm for how to kind of like use signal processing algorithms to determine how good or bad those textures are. But the first approximation, it has to do with how consonant and soft they are versus how rough and unpleasant and dissonant they are. The first type, they tend to be very positive. The second type, they tend to be negative. So, different textures of consciousness, cashes out into different textures of Veillance. So, something like the normal, mundane state of consciousness might be something like, denim. It's kind of a little bit coarse, but it's not too terrible. Whereas if you feel like very irritated, maybe that's kind of a haywire or something like that, or corduroy, kind of at least, there's like some interesting structure, but it's very soft, maybe like a first date or something like that. So think of kind of like states of consciousness as different types of textures with particular resonance characteristics. More so, we oftentimes actually are inhabiting an ecosystem of these textures, and they're interacting with each other. I think this is very essential to understand, the kind of like the foundational subagentic architecture of our conscious experience. Each patch, might have smooth geometry or coarse geometry. They all have like also a wave equation, which is interesting. They're kind of like trying to spread a particular way of, vibrating, their vibe, essentially. And they can interact with their neighbors. And essentially you have kind of this like political system of like the different patches of coherence with their different textures trying to colonize the organism. But it may be that the metastable attractor that we find ourselves in is precisely one that doesn't allow global coherence. So normal everyday state, even though there's constant competition to take over, there's just no way to take over. And so we are by default just ecosystems, unless, again, you take 5-MeO-DMT or do something radical like that. Jhana meditation may also do that. Yes, okay. So yeah, think of kind of like these competing clusters of coherence as yeah, kind of like different fabrics, in a sense, of your consciousness. Importantly, this is, computationally very, very non-trivial. This is the different fabrics, different textures in a field that they're emitting waves, are trying to kind of like propagate their particular waves that replicate the pattern. This actually satisfies the conditions for evolution. What do you need for evolution? You need reproduction, selection, and variation. By kind of like the way in which these patterns interact, I would argue you actually have evolutionary phenomena. DMT evolves over the course of several minutes. The subagents you meet at first, maybe a bunch of eyes or something like that, but towards the end, it's like these very sophisticated intelligences. I think that's actually because there's like very fast evolutionary selection pressures that gives rise to innovation in the field of consciousness, literally. So kind of like to recap, these clusters, they're not computational, they're actual textures. They're different kind of like varieties of consciousness with their particular resonance characteristics. This. Okay, now, importantly too, how you manage your attention influences the evolution of how these patterns interact with each other. Attention, to a first approximation, does three things. First, it energizes. Whatever you pay attention to gets energized. That's almost kind of like a universal law of how consciousness works. The second one is whatever you pay attention to will emit waves, and by paying attention to it, you're going to facilitate the spread of those waves. These become very, very clear if you do something like jhana meditation. And finally, whenever you pay attention to two things at once, you're going to increase the coupling constants between them. And so, a very simple exercise to kind of like test this is you can pay attention to both of your hands over the course of, let's say, like 10 minutes. And you will notice that, the vibrations in them actually synchronize. So your attention is very key for the evolutionary selection pressures that give rise to different subagentic structures. If you're constantly paying attention to the irritated, unpleasant part of your experience, you're going to be propagating that quality within the field of consciousness. On the other hand, if you're paying attention to, like the soft and smooth characteristics of your experience, it's going to be unifying. Okay, yes. This also is quite significant when it comes to, how is it that we actually build good models of the world? Or how can subagentic structures build good models of the world? Quite empirically, I would argue people who take a lot of 5-MeO DMT, they end up being radically underfeeded. They will say something like, everything is God. That's all that you need to know. Or we're all one, that's it. It's like, no, dude, there's structure. There's different colors, there's different textures, intelligences. Like, what are you talking about? There's definitely more structure than that. There's a very tempting high valence view because whenever you think about it, it's like, oh, these nice waves of coherence. It's very high valence, it's very pleasant. But it's epistemologically damaging, at least if you approach it that way. On the other hand, the competing clusters of coherence of something like DMT would give rise to, essentially overfeeding. Because you have so much complexity that you can map onto sensor input. You end up believing in things such as, the Soviet Union and, Martians are actually plotting against the US. Weird stuff like that, because, you can overfeed in whatever way you want. Okay, I'm getting close to the end. Importantly, I think these kind of paradigm for how subagents interact within people may perhaps even have may cash out in terms of an explanatory framework for understanding people's political preferences. I would argue that actually what politics you like is a reflection of your internal subagentic architecture. All of these have, pros and cons. I am not of the mind that any one of them is better than every other one. They're all context dependent. Some of them are adaptive, some of them are maladaptive, depending on the context. Importantly, I would argue that the best subagentic structure that you can have is one that flexibly morphs between different self-organizing principles so that you can interact with as many people as possible, do all kinds of projects, and also, predict the world in the best way possible. But they come with, side effects. People who are very vibey and kind of work by internal consensus, they may have trouble, doing the dishes or something like that because they just can't imagine. It's like, oh, I'm gonna make you, this one subagent, do the dishes. It's like there's kind of this difficulty in kind of hierarchical organization. But likewise, kind of information propagation may be very impaired if you have kind of this, centralized or authoritarian system, even though you may get a lot of stuff done. So pros and cons. I would advocate for a flexible, rearrangement of them. Okay, so finally, subagentic alignment techniques. This works both for things like GPT and also, well, not all of them, but a lot of them for sort of like GPT AI systems, but then also for us. You know, very obviously, clean and filter and fix the training data because, again, if you are a hierarchical prediction engine and you're, you're being fed a bunch of demons as kind of like your training data, you're going to be predicting that. You're going to be hallucinating that. At really high quality, weighted, good training data. Meditation works this way. So one meditation I highly recommend, you read more upon it on my blog, is kind of like imagining this story, this narrative where you're bringing the lost subagents back into the pool of love or God or like, source or something like that. Training that move where a subagent can say, okay, I did my job, now is my time to go, and I'm happy to, merge back with universal consciousness. That is a fantastic training data for you because it allows kind of like an outlet for the, lost subagents to rejoin universal consciousness, as it were. And yeah, a bunch of other things, like good vibes, like literally cultivating these like smooth geometries changes the evolutionary selection pressures for the subagents and which are the most likely to win. Equanimity is fantastic, is very, very useful. Reward good intentions as opposed to flattery. And also I recommend reading the Les Rank post on shard theory. It's extremely, extremely insightful. It's kind of insight porn. I really, really recommend it. I think there's only a couple more slides. Yeah, Meta has a lot of beautiful properties within this context, this explanatory framework, because these are like patterns of coherence that emit waves that are consonant. And so if you meditate a lot on loving kindness, if you introspect on the texture of it, you will realize, yeah, I'm kind of like promoting my attention towards patterns that are very smooth and high valence. And you may actually shift to a completely different, self-organizing principle. Highly recommended. And yeah, to conclude, I would say, yeah, pay attention, because it's really crazy. Once you start kind of like noticing kind of this subagentic architecture of people, you will realize like even something as simple as like whether your startup has free coffee or not is actually the result of a crazy subagentic war underneath. Why? Because like coffee changes the evolutionary selection pressures for the subagents that are likely to arise. It changes the texture of your field of consciousness. As a consequence, it changes the selection pressures. Be mindful of how the environment, the social environment, the physical environment, the inputs, and your mood influence what you promote to the center of your attention, because that is going to determine which subagents win, and which subagents win is your destiny, I would argue. And with that, thank you so much. Yeah, fantastic, thank you. And I think... And I believe we're going to play just a 1.5 minute song that summarizes everything that I just said. So we'll just listen to that and then I guess Q&A or something. And mic off. Okay, thank you.
In the depths of the mind, a predictive machine. Spinning up sub-agents behind every scene. Trained on narratives, tropes and tales untold. Like GPT and DMT realms of pattern to behold. Collapsing the field to realize.
Is this mic working? Whoa. Oh, what? Is the song finished?
No, but it's fine. You can listen to it on my SoundCloud.
Okay. Yes, post your SoundCloud. I have the first audience question from myself, if you don't mind. Thanks for joining us, coming all the way from San Francisco.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if you have any recommendations for folks working in AI alignment inspired by kind of outer ideas in your field of consciousness research, such as like training models on the brains of fully liberated individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, talking about like fully liberated individuals, yeah, we collaborated with various people who are like fourth path, which is kind of like very advanced meditators. I've interviewed them about, yeah, kind of like what is their subagentic structure like. It's actually fascinating. Yeah, if you ask somebody like Shenzhen Yang or Roger Teasdale, they would say, yeah, there are a bunch of subagents inside me, but there's no one that has kind of like the controls. And so they don't try to collapse contradictions early on, or like they have the capacity of like letting the conflicting subagents actually just kind of like work it out, and they do it in a very peaceful way. So there's also kind of like no point where like they all cohere. It's almost kind of like they're just in a state of superposition. That seems to be very related to kind of like enlightenment.
Yeah, it's more like equanimity with coexistence versus like really forcing them to align.
Yes. Now, to answer your first question a little bit more thoroughly, I would say, we are starting a research project. We're framing it and seeking funding for it, which is the consciousness interpretability project. Essentially, applying many of these kind of mechanistic interpretability techniques on classical neural networks, with ReLU activation functions and convolutions and so on, but on a system that is much closer to how the brain works, that we think is going to be actually way more interpretable. Importantly, we can compute the valence of that system, which I think might be really significant for a bunch of reasons, including if we end up actually creating conscious entities, especially with brain organoids that are coming in the future, we want to be able to know whether they're suffering or not. And I think like the techniques we're developing and actively working on is going to be very, very useful for that.
Yeah, or we give them some drugs to not suffer that you can find in Berlin quite easily. So any questions from our audience? Dan, hi.
Thanks for the talk. Do you have links or maybe videos for seeing this phase transition visually? So you mentioned the two phases that happen as you increase coupling.
Yes, and we also have some demos that are not public yet that I'm very happy to show people, where you can play a lot and see this sort of behavior. Yeah. They're going to be public in a couple months once we finish the write-up, but yeah.
Hey, I have more like a general question. Where is the best place to learn about the development in consciousness or QI.org?
Well, I mean, so a lot of people ask me, it's like, okay, like how do I get into, the work of Qualia Research Institute? The thing is like, sometimes it's like some people might say like, oh, this one article was perfect for me. And then I share that article to somebody else and they say that's incomprehensible, and vice versa. So, it really depends on your learning style. I have a ton of YouTube videos where it's just me like talking for an hour. And some people find that, hey, a really good entry point. Some people find my Twitter a very good entry point. But if you're an academic, actually your peer-reviewed papers might be the way to go. So I would say it's kind of a personalized answer, to be honest. And it depends on what you know and what you're interested in. Yeah. Yes?
I might be butchering my recollection of what I took to be a very radical statement in your presentation, so forgive me if that's the case. I recalled you saying that prediction error minimization falls out as a byproduct of the minimization of dissonance within neural networks. So if that's true, I think that could have some very radical implications for our like state-of-the-art approaches to training AI. Like, do you believe that could be one side effect of this kind of research? And also, like, if we're optimizing towards a byproduct of something that is more fundamental, aligning with that, could that possibly lead to more fortuitous outcomes for producing AI that is more internally aligned and more aligned with its environment, i.e. us?
Yeah, absolutely. And no, you're correct in your characterization. So I've been working with Libor in the last few days on kind of like, okay, like really framing Qualia Research Institute's work in ways, that a lot of other people in, who are computationalists about consciousness will understand. We don't believe in computational theory of consciousness, even though, I completely agree, computational accounts of consciousness tend to be what smart people believe, and for good reasons. But we have like what I would argue like more deep and rich reasons why we don't think that is the case. We are implementationists. Essentially, we believe that consciousness is at the implementation level. And the reason we are conscious, the reason we are here as like subjects is because moments of experience actually work as accelerators. They're kind of like hardware accelerators. And in particular, consciousness does have this property that is trying to minimize its dissonance, internal dissonance. And what we believe is that evolution is recruiting that property to then instantiate a prediction machine. But you can minimize dissonance without making good predictions. In fact, there's all sorts of great examples. And also, you can make good predictions without minimizing dissonance. So actually, you can doubly dissociate it. It's just that under certain architectures with some implementations, this is just a very natural way of kind of generating prediction machines. But I think this is a very important point for development of safe AI, aligned AI.
So another question kind of related to the research topic that you shared you're going to work on or search funding for. Do you think there are any indications of architectures that allow us to build agents that cannot suffer, like almost like physically from an implementation point of view cannot suffer?
Yes, that is our plan. So one of the key outcomes of our research essentially, because again, brain organoids are coming. So my assumption is that for capitalistic, commercial reasons, people are just not going to care at first or in general about the suffering of brain organoids. So the way to go around this is essentially to create a platform that embeds kind of like a legacy system of intelligent conscious entities that are animated by what we call information-sensitive gradients of bliss. And then making it a legacy. So it's very, very hard to change. It's sort of like the QWERTY keyboard of the internet protocols or like various hardware architectures that we're stuck with them. And yes, we have lots of examples, at least in people, of people who are essentially always in a positive valence state, but are extremely functional. So there's a proof of concept for that, clearly.
I see. And do you think it's moral to align such conscious but not capable of suffering agents?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's at the end of the day, I think conscious entities will be constructed by humans for functional reasons. And I also do think that, if you're instantiating an agent that is actually just extremely blissful, there's really no ethical problem with that. Now, maybe ideally is to just not instantiate any agent, but if we're going to do it, I would say, let's make them happy.
Thank you, amazing presentation. I was listening to you, and I was paying attention to all the conclusions you gave after every slide. And it made me think of positive psychology. You know positive psychology?
Yes.
Ellen Lang or Langer, I forgot her last name. The famous professor. I'll look it up, I'll send it to you. I forgot her last name, but there's also a famous scholar, Tal Ben-Shahar.
Okay.
Have you looked into it?
Maybe I'm not super good with names, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it could be very interesting to combine what they're doing to what you're doing. Okay. Positive psychology.
Positive psychology is fantastic.
Yeah, it's a very interesting field.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we could wrap up, or if there are more questions, we could. Yeah.
Hi. I was thinking about what you were saying about creating coherence, and I guess I'm a biologist, full transparency. So cells are doing lots of different things for different reasons. Some of them are born to live, some of them are intentionally born to die. Then if you're looking at like that single question of like live or die as the substrate of coherence, then obviously those things are incompatible. I guess my question, I'm struggling to formulate the question, but like what is the view on all of these different fabrics of coherence, like the different questions that cells or like sub-agents are asking, and how do you create a structure where you're like, are you considering all of them, or do you just select one and then you are optimizing for coherence against that one thing? I guess in the context of reducing uncertainty, that's like one lens, but there's obviously different lenses. So yeah, don't know if that makes sense, but.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll say a couple of random things that might like touch upon your question. So, I mean, like the reason biologically or evolutionarily, why we see coherence is because it's a really good way of managing entropy. To a first approximation, things that are incoherent and dissonant will shake themselves apart. So, just universal Darwinism, the things that you will kind of like expect to find are things that tend to be more in kind of like the coherent side of the spectrum. Not completely, right? Because actually, the most evolutionarily advantageous is kind of these like, non-equilibrium steady state that you're cycling through a bunch of different coherent architectures that allow you to manage the entropy of your environment. Right? You need to take that into account as well. Another thing that you mentioned was about death. And it's important to mention that, yeah, you know, maybe there's nothing wrong with dying per se. You know, if you do a lot of meditation and you experience cessations, it's actually kind of like a preparation for dying. You know, you're preparing your system so that you actually experience so much coherence that you have no capacity to represent any information whatsoever. And experientially, that's kind of like you blink out of existence for a moment. I think, you know, when you were talking about, okay, like a system of cells that are contributing to an organism, you know, like not wanting to die is kind of equivalent to cancer, actually. The problem is not that. The problem really has to do with the preservation of information and identity, and dying in a graceful way, which also would have to do with what is the valence, what is like the coherence of the dying organism. Yeah, maybe that addresses some of it. Last question.
Hey. Do you think there's any value in investigating brain organoids that are, or instantiating and investigating brain organoids that are experiencing vast gradients of suffering, and then, yeah, what do we do about that? How do we research that?
Yeah.
And can we find solutions to brain organoids in states of tremendous suffering? Or should we not do that research?
Yeah, no, this is an extremely tricky question. I mean, I would say in terms of like the hierarchy of trickiness of questions, this is like really very, very close to the top. Why? Because there is some ethical value in studying, you know, suffering brain organoids, such as, you know, finding correlates of actual, you know, like human suffering or like, you know, non-human animal suffering. Is like, okay, you know, the amygdala under these conditions, you know, enters a very terrible state of dissonance. That could be helpful, but it really has to be limited. The nightmare scenario that I'm most worried about, though, is when, yeah, we may do kind of like very naively this research on suffering brain organoids, and we think, oh, it's limited, you know, it's ethical, might have applications, but we inadvertently discover that actually extreme suffering is the most computationally efficient, in which case commercial interest was, you know, right away, people would start to be in denial about this. You know, a lot of money is on the line, so people would say like, well, yeah, you know, I thought brain organoids matter ethically and so on, but, you know, these millions of dollars are changing my mind. So information about the computational significance of suffering can be really dangerous, and I am not comfortable with kind of like deep studies on that unless you have really solid kind of like, you know, information security there and extremely high integrity people working on it, and I don't know if we can hit that bar at this point.
Oh, wow. That is a great place to end. Very hopeful. We will edit out this last question. It's too much alpha leak. So thanks everyone for joining us online and in person. Appreciate you all. And for those in person, we have dinner this way, and then a rave. Thank you.
Woo!